hello everyone. Welcome again to another stream for today. Today we're gonna be playing Paradise. Am I losing energy again? I swear. I don't say our intros like this. I don't remember. I'm not tired today. I even took a nap today. But today we're gonna be playing Paradise. We're gonna be playing more Paradise for today, and hopefully we can finish Matsuda's route. But yeah, how are you guys doing so far? I hope you guys are doing well. We were talking in our Ube corner earlier about how Monday is not the worst day, and I'll prove it to you guys, okay? I mean, we're gonna be finishing another character's route this game. Hopefully. Because I remember when we were finishing Mitsugi, we decided to end. Even though, wait a minute, let's check. We just need another hour on it, right? Yeah, it was just an hour for the ending. So imagine if we continued there. It's 7 hours. So we'll see how long Matsuda's route will be. But from what I can remember, things are getting intense with Azuma, is that his name? Azuma and Matsuda. For some reason, Azuma doesn't really like Matsuda, and Matsuda is getting very scary. Is there any more that we remember? It's the usual things that happen as well. Most of the others died as well, and people think, including Takara, think that me and, you know, Matsuda are having a secret relationship or something. Are we sure it's not? I don't know. I swear. Like, there's something off with Matsuda. I really thought when we go with Matsuda, it's going to be like a cheerful side, right? You know, like the difference with Mitsugi and Matsuda is gonna be very noticeable because Mitsugi has always been a jerk. But what if Matsuda also has its own cons, its own scariness? Oh no. I guess let's play it now. Okay, wait a minute. So let's go and play Paradise right now. Here we go. Any guesses on what's gonna happen in Matsuda's route, everyone? Let's see. Yeah, I really wasn't expecting Matsuda to be scarier than Mitsugi. At least with Mitsugi, I guess we knew what kind of a jerk he was. Yeah, maybe with Matsuda, he's secretly just, you know, secretly is a jerk or even meaner than a jerk. I mean, he doesn't drown us, but like, I don't know. There's something off about him. Let me just go and find our route guide here, because I think we're close. I think. Where is it? Oh my god. There you go, found it. Okay, let's go. Let's go and continue. He's Two-Faced, which is worse. Yes! He's Two-Faced! There you go, that's the word I'm looking for. Okay, where were we? Is it here? Oh my god. Wait, is this it? Where are we? Is it this one? Which is even scary, by the way, because I said this early. Ow! Ow! Oliver, thank you for subscribing to us again. The weirdest one is that, in the good ending, there are some choices that we shouldn't go for the one that's obvious here. So wait, it might not be this one. Is it this one? I don't remember. I think it might be this one, right? Yeah. This is 1 a.m. Wait, 24. Oh no. No, it should be this one then. This is 1:22. Okay, I guess let's just go. It's this one probably.
配給の前にみんなに知らせておきたいことがある。
Okay. Back in the square, everyone stood around looking at Kido, who was sitting on the ground with his head down.
これどういうこと？どうして木戸さんがこんなことに？
Wait, why is Kido tied up? What happened? Even Shimada's placid smile had been replaced by a gravely serious look. Oh yeah, because we found, I remember it now. We found Kido to be stealing some food inside our pantry or something, right? But when we checked it, it seems like Kido doesn't really have anything. But that's the thing though. Kido does. I mean, we don't really see or hear Kido lie. Kido's just intimidating and just a jerk. But I don't think he would lie to us, right? He was caught stealing and Matsuda beat the ever-loving shit out of him. Yeah, but that's the thing though. I kind of feel bad for Kido. Like, out of all things, you really think he would steal? I mean, it does make sense. Takara was not there. So we need Takara's answer. Let's see if Takara will explain everything. Because imagine if Kido was right. What if Kido was actually not stealing anything? Then Matsuda, I'm scared. Okay. Mitsuki scrutinized Kido apprehensively, perhaps alarmed by the situation and lack of explanation. Takara looked bewildered. He was the only one from the food group who didn't know what was going on. Hongo regarded Kido with a pained expression, while Uchimura smirked as he chewed on a blade of grass. The burning ball of the evening sun, about to dip below the horizon, gilded the group in scarlet.
みんなにはまだ言ってなかったけど、昨日貯蔵庫の食料が減ってた。夕方頃の話だ。
Oh no. Shimada and Takara's expressions shifted.
俺と東が島の反対側から戻ってきて、その足で貯蔵庫に行った時に気づいた。それで、昨日から今日まで俺が見張ってて。
Here, he tilted his head to indicate Kido on the ground at his feet.
この人が貯蔵庫に入ってって何かをポケットに入れて出てくるのを見た。
Kido remained motionless, head down. The silence dragged out painfully. Someone cleared their throat. The black of night crawled up like scorch marks to cover the skies.
だから今後キドさんには
Cook Kido, right? Over the ruined village.
待てよ。
Oh, what is it? Over the body in the burnt-out cabin.
何
Huh? Over all of us, stuck here on this tiny outcrop of land amid the vast ocean. Oh, we're thinking while they're talking. Okay, that confused me.
本当に減ってたのか、食料。
Yeah, I'm not siding with Uchimura here because he literally stole the boat. But like, do you really think the food was missing? The night was coming for us all.
は
I turned to him in disbelief. Uchimura's mouth twisted, flashing his teeth.
管理してる人間が減ってるって言ってるんだぞ。それに俺だってさっき、木戸さんが自分が犯人だって認めたっぽい言葉聞いたし。東の言ってることは信用できねえよ。だってお前ら、仲いいもんな。
Oh no. I mean, you guys are close.
だからなんだはっきり言えよ。
A furrow was deepening between Matsuda's brows.
なんだ、いいの？こんな大勢の前で言われたくねえだろうから、気使ってやろうとしたのに。
What do you mean I was trying to spare you? Kiru's shoulders quivered slightly.
お前ら、本当は木戸みたいにホモなんだろ？
Oh no, they're gay! They're gaying each other! Oh, right. So that's what we heard from the cabin next door. Maggie, sorry, Mitsugi, what's wrong? Are you jealous? They did it? They finally did the gay without me? Mitsugi turned a piercing gaze on Kido, looking down on him with disgust. Matsuda stared back at Uchimura in
極限
silence.
状態でくっついちゃったから、二人だけで生き残ろうとしてるんだろ？
Did something happen while we were out there? Ow. Matsuda's eyes widened. He seemed frozen in place by the absurdity of the claims. I felt like I was about to burst out laughing. This was all so fucking stupid. So it wasn't just Kido. It was this fucking guy too. Was it fundamentally impossible for us all to put our differences aside and work together? Was it all pointless? Futile? Useless? A waste of time?
木戸に濡れ衣着せてるだけかもしんねえよ。
Why would we just... I mean, it is a bit suspicious, but come on, Matsuda is the one in charge.
なわけねえだろ。
Matsuda's voice shook. Whether it was from anger or sadness, I couldn't tell.
で、木戸が盗んだって証拠はスマホが使えねえったって撮影録画くらいはできるだろう。
Mitsugi cut in icily, trying to set the conversation back on track.
それはとっさに気が回らなかった。すまん。
Shimada seemed to be coolly considering the situation. Why should we need to ask what is it called? I think we need to I can't even speak today for some reason. We need Takara to speak. Because Takara was left out in the woods, right? And Kido was just there inside the pantry for some very suspicious reason. So I think maybe Takara would explain things around.
松田さんと東くんがいい思いをしたいなら、もっと食料を独占してからでよかったんじゃないか。
Oh, what about... I have a theory, guys. What if Takara asked Kido to get some food for him? Huh? Takara has been through enough. Let him rest. What do you mean? No. What if Takara was the mastermind? What if Takara said, go fetch me some food or else? Takara setting them up. Yeah! It might be Takara setting them up. Oh no.
そもそも俺たちには本当に物資が減ったかを確認する術がない。だから証拠はない。そうだね。そうだけどさ。
Just then, Kido broke his silence. His voice more of a groan than a word.
俺は。
ああ、
俺は見た。
Everyone focused their attention on Kido's drawn
松
face.
田が食料を食ってるとこ、今日見た。
What? You saw Matsuda eating the food? Oh, no. Guys, come on, let's don't believe Kido. He's the loudest person here. Just because he could get anyone wrapped around his finger doesn't mean he could do such a thing. What do you mean? Takara? Takara's always hungry, remember that. Eyes dark, Matsuda remained motionless. Like his batteries had run
見ら
out.
れた松田が略上して、俺を犯人に仕立て上げたんだ。
Why was he saying all this now? Was he that fucking desperate for food that he'd make up these lies?
嘘だろ。
なんでそう言い切れる？
言い切れるっつうか。普通に考えたらあんたの言ってることの方がおかしくねえ。
Why is Kido beat up? Because Matsuda did something to him. Let's just say it like that. No, I made it more suspicious. No, Matsuda beaten Kibo up because he was stealing, quote unquote, allegedly stealing food.
そもそもあんた、何しに貯蔵庫に行ったんだよ。用事なんかねえはずじゃん。
Yeah, Azuma. Look, there we go. Look at that. See? Why would he even be there? You're supposed to be with Takara. You're supposed to protect Takara.
マジでさ、つくつくさ。なんで問題ばっか。
Kido glared back at me with bloodshot eyes.
何がつくづくなんだ？火事のことを言ってるのか？火事は俺じゃない。食い物を取ったのも俺じゃない。お前はバカか？つくづくってなんだクソったれが。
The guy was clearly desperate. He was already suspected of arson. If he was outed as a thief too, no one would want him around anymore.
松田が犯人だ。食料が減ったのを俺のせいにしたいだけだ。
Yeah, but you didn't even explain anything, kiddo. Explain to us why you were there in the first place. I desperately racked my brain for proof that Matsuda wasn't the thief. But I couldn't find any, which just made me even more desperate.
アスマの言うことなんか当てになんねえよ。そいつ、松田の言いなりだもんな。
Well, we definitely can't trust you more, Uchimura. You're the one who tried to steal the boat.
ボケたこと抜かしてんじゃねえぞ。
Yeah. I glared at Uchimura.
待ってください。今の話はすべて憶測でしょう。
Yeah, let's do a class trial, everyone. Let's go.
だから貯蔵庫に鍵かけときゃいいじゃねえか。それで解決だろ。
I can't wait for Uchimura's route. You mean when Uchimura died? Mitsuki was clearly fed up of the whole thing. But this was a bigger issue than could be solved simply by locking a door.
俺は犯人を見つけたい気持ちわかるよ。
Thank you.
同
Takara,
じ食料班だしね。
are you ready to explain it to us, Takara? Are you ready to sit with us and, tell us everything? Tell us the truth? Takara's voice was soft, but there was a steely determination behind it.
でも、ちょっと不満に思ってることもある。
What is it? Matsuda's wavering gaze settled on Takara.
どうして食料が減ってることを教えてくれなかったの？俺、信頼されてない？
Oh yeah, we tried to hide it. Wait, no, not the missing food, the guarding thingy. This is
それ
different.
は申し訳なく思ってる。
誰が犯人なのかわからなかったからだろ。
そうだね。俺も犯人候補だったのが悔しいなってだけ。
I mean, Takara's feeling guilty already. But his cuteness makes him think like he's innocent, right? Spinda, come on. Takara's clearly the most evil one here. Come on, guys.
変なこと言ってごめんね。
I'm telling you, Takara's gonna be evil. See? You guys are getting distracted by his looks. Don't judge the cutie based on his looks. See, it wasn't even any help. Yeah! They're all stupid in this paradise. Takara lowered his head, but I could see that his expression was still tense.
とりあえずさ、今日はみんな疲れてるし、木戸さんの縄はほどいてあげてさ。また明日の朝、そうだな、9時あたりに集まって話さない？今後のこととかね。
I can fix him. When Matsuda spoke, his voice was low and gravelly. Oh
お
no.
前らはそれでいいのか？
That is so deep. I'm scared.
今のところ確固たる証拠がないんだもの。仕方がないんじゃないかな。
Lock them up. Lock them up. Lock them up. Lock Matsuda and Kido.
俺は納得できねえ。だって松田は見たんだぞ。
Takara just added to the fire. He always does that, jumping into tense conversations, then saying somewhat innocent words that makes people even more stirred up and mad. Yeah. He can ruin me. What do you mean? Takara can ruin you?
木戸さんが物盗んでるとこ見たんだぞ。なんで信じてやんねえの？
東、ストップ。
Stop. Azuma, stop.
なんだようるせえな。
Hey, stop, Azuma! Don't say such things to Takara like that! Takara's cool voice put a stop to me lashing out at Shimada.
じゃあ東はどうして木戸さんを信じてあげないの？
Oh no.
それは。
For the first time, I considered the question. Because I felt indebted to Matsuda, who we'd push into being responsible for our supplies. Because Kido was always causing problems? Or was it emotional? Was it because I spent so much time with Matsuda on the island?
俺たちだって信じたいよ。松田も木戸さんも平等に信じたい。でも、
Okay,
真
Takara.
実がわからないから。
Takara is right here, okay? We want to believe them both equally. We don't have the truth yet.
一度頭を冷やそうって、島田さんはそういうことを言ってるんだと思うよ。
His tone was conciliatory, and I felt the blood that had risen to my head gradually drain away.
俺も貯蔵庫に入ったのは昨日が初めてだし、管理の状態とか知らなかったこといっぱいあるよ。でもさ、松田が犯人ならわざわざ犯人をでっち上げたりしないで隠れて食うだけでいいんだ。
Maybe because he likes that. Also, this is some evidences, by the way, that I've noticed before in our last stream. Matsuda is like very health conscious. Do you guys remember that? He said something about like, oh, there goes my I don't know, my years of age or something. He's a gym rat. What does a gym rat mean? What? A gym rat?
俺たちに隠してことを運ぶだけでよかっただろ。だから。
Like I think he takes care of himself to because yeah.
そうだね。そういう考え方もあるよね。
Someone who's always at the gym, their hobby is working out. Oh. For some reason, people... So, isn't it weird? I mean, I don't go to the gym. And I don't look at the gym. But I feel like those people that, like... The gym rats, I guess, they always look the same. Like, they have that same build for some reason. Do you guys get that? They don't look at the gym, right? What do you mean? There's no gym here nearby.
悪かったな。
I don't have a hobby of looking at gym rats.
気にしないで。
Silence descended over the square, implicitly signaling that the debate was over for today. Hongo went over to Kido, crouched down, and untied his bonds. Once his hands were free, Kido pressed one to his bruised and bloodied face and glared at Matsuda. Matsuda simply stood there, his expression placid.
では明日9時に。
Because they probably follow similar exercise/diet regimens. Yeah, but like, they're like too buff though. Like their biceps are too big, or like I don't know, it's too much or something.
お疲れ。
Okay, bye-bye, Mitsugi. Mitsugi quickly peeled away from the group and strode off toward his cabin, yawning as he went.
うまいこと解決すればいいけどね。
You prefer men with softer bodies? No. I'm not preferring any men here. I'm just saying, like, they have like an interesting build. Because we would always know them like, okay, he's definitely a gym rat. Right? Like, what do you mean, It's why he didn't want Shuichi to work out. No, that's not it! Okay, don't connect, like, unnecessary evidences here. That's not even evidences, okay? I don't want Shuichi to work out because it would probably not be good for him. He's the ultimate detective, not the ultimate gym rat. What do you mean objection? What objection? What do you mean he likes his twinks? I don't like any twinks! Okay? I'm just saying... I think for me, it would be cool to just have like a little bit of like arm muscle or bicep muscle. And then have that cool abdomen muscles. That's it. I don't need to grow stronger or grow bigger. What? Consent. Why are we even talking about this? Let's continue. Shimada flashed a troubled smile, and Hongo cast Matsuda a sorrowful look before they both took their leave.
たり。
Uchimura, Takara, and Kido all left too. Now it was just me and Matsuda left standing in the square. You vacantly stared after the others as they retreated into their cabins.
松田、
Oh no. But Matsuda holds hands. It's like that one Nakamura scene. Punishment time. Twink lover is found guilty. Guilty? What do you mean?
俺はお前のことを信じてるから。
What? Really? Why? Do you guys trust Matsuda? I want to know. Do you guys trust Matsuda? Matsuda breathed out a chuckle. Looking over at him, I saw that he was smiling slightly.
アズマ、お前、いいやつだよな。
No, but I trust Kido less. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't trust both of them.
すげえ心に染みたわ。今のセリフ。
Aw. He smiled wider, and I let out a sigh of relief. If he could still smile like this, maybe things were gonna be okay. The dude would find out. I was sure of it. MC is so horny that it makes him dumb. Every main characters in games are dumb. I barely slept last night, thoughts of the coming discussion keeping me wide awake. When I finally did manage to drift off, I was plagued by strange dreams, and I woke feeling just as tired as before. In the end, I got up an hour before I usually would. Oh yeah, speaking of dreams, I forgot to talk about this in our Ube corner, but I had a weird dream. I'm sorry if about changing the topics out suddenly, but this is gonna be quick. I was just cuddling my Blahai, and then I woke up gasping for air, and I immediately turned on the flashlight on my camera or my phone, and I saw a ghost trying to catch me or something. It might be my bags in the door because that was where I was shining it, but it was so weird. I was gasping for air, my body was shaking, and I saw that weird black figure trying to grab me or something. It was weird. Now, that was not my friend, definitely. But that was scary, right? That was scary. Looking across to the bed, I saw Takara sleeping peacefully. I slipped out of the cabin without waking him. I think I had a dream last night where I was watching you stream. What was this? What was the stream, Spinda? That's weird. My theory, by the way, on that dream or that nightmare or something was that I think I stopped breathing while I was sleeping because I was nuzzling my Blahai, and I think my nose got blocked and I can't breathe. So I immediately woke up with just normal games, really? Oh, nothing weird. Oh no. It might be weird, right? Let's just talk continuously. Well, so that because that dog keeps working. I'm joking. I hate that. I hate dogs. I don't know why I'm stuttering today. Do you guys sense anything different about me today? I don't know. I can't speak. Despite the see, I can't speak. Despite the refreshing morning air, I felt stagnant and sluggish inside. Oh my god, the dogs! My nightmares came back to me in flashes. As we walked, talked, sorry. As we talked as a group, everyone's faces began to melt like an abstract painting, contorting into something monstrous. Somehow, I could see my own face too, and it was also the face of a monster. Oh my god. I stretched my arms up high, trying to dispel the gloomy feelings. Why did I trust Matsuda and not Kido? Maybe Uchimura had a point. Not about me and Matsuda only being concerned about our own survival, but about us being queers. Who made the first contact?
いや、俺はホモの気はねえよ。
Oh wait, what does that mean? What is a fa? My shoulders slumped again. Maybe my feelings did make me more inclined to trust him. even though Matsuda could be lying. Azuma lying to us all. You guys probably did something in the cabin already. As my brain ran riot with his unproductive thoughts, I arrived at the square. I'd figured maybe someone else would be up as early as me, but there was no one around. As I started the square, I noticed some fishing gear and a bucket of water with fish swimming in it. It had to be Matsuda's gear. I'd seen it enough times to recognize it, and besides, no one else fished. I couldn't see him, but it was probably around here somewhere.
朝釣りにでも行ってたのかな?
And there's some fishies? That's good. It wasn't yet time to begin the day's task, but he must have already got a head start on things with an early morning fishing trip. Matsuda being Matsuda, he would have been motivated by a desire to contribute to the group. And maybe he was also hoping to raise his credibility with the others after yesterday. I wouldn't blame him. It was a form of self-protection. I was sure I'd do the same if I was the one under suspicion. Having said that, was I under suspicion? Did they think I was Matsuda's accomplice? Probably more than accomplice, like, boyfriends, probably.
少しブラブラしてくっか。
I still had plenty of time, and maybe a walk would lift my mood. Just then, as though in response to my words, I heard a splash from the bucket. I stopped and crouched down in front of the bucket of water. A little fish swarmed in circles, its eyes cold and blank, as though it had looked into my heart and felt nothing. Oh no, don't fall for the fishy's tricks, Azuma. Hanging my head, I raked my fingers through my bangs. There it was again. That phrase. I don't wanna. Those grimy words had been my mantra. Back there in the world across the ocean, I'd said the same thing every day as the sun rose and the time to get up drew nearer. I don't want to go. I don't want to do it. I want to run away. I want to disappear. Oops. I ate some bacon. What? I want some bacon. Pushing myself to my feet, I set off in a direction at random, as though I could escape from the inky feelings oozing up inside me. Inky feelings? To put it plainly, What is happening with my mouth today? To put it plainly, I can't speak today. Is it because of the peppers that I ate earlier? I don't know. Wow, sorry. It's probably because of the peppers I ate earlier. To put it plainly, my walk was pointless. I thought it could help lift my mood, but I barely took in any of my surroundings. Sorry. It all slid past me until I simply did a U-turn and walked back without having found a single spark of light within my dark mental state. Maybe you should wash your face. I'm not sleepy though. I'm not sleepy. I really am not. It's my probably tongue. It's my tongue. And I already washed my face earlier. I greeted the others, feeling just as gloomy as I had when I stood here yesterday.
おはよう。松田さんは
Insanity
もう
check.
来てるの?
Shimada asked, indicating the bucket.
さあ、まだ会ってねえから。
Kido was here too.
ああ、何がんくれてんだ。
What is it, Kido? Nothing!
気のせいだろ。やましいことがねえっつうなら、ちゃんとしてれば。
うるせえ、クソガキの分際で。
はい、落ち着いて。 そういう話はまだ早いよ。みんな集まってからね。
Yeah, that was a scary Matsuda. Soon, Takara arrived, followed by Mitsugi, and then eventually, Matsuda appeared in the distance. I couldn't help but observe the others as they watched Matsuda's approaching form. Of course, no one visibly gave anything away.
あと来てねえのは内村さんか。
Oh no, and Uchimura died! Matsuda stopped in front of the bucket and looked around the circle. His gaze stopped on one particular person. Kido. Oh no, Matsuda, don't kill Kido. I mean, it would be cool, but like, maybe secretly kill Kibo? Wanting to break the awkward silence hanging over us all, I pointed to the plastic bag dangling from Matsuda's hand.
それ、どうしたの？
ああ、朝釣りの後にまだ時間があったから山菜取ってきた。
Oh, really?
それはお疲れ様です。
Azuma, I bet you're thinking, I hope Matsuda will be rough with me too, or just someone here. What? What do you mean will be rough? What? Matsuda nodded evenly. As I watched him tie off the bag and set it down, I was filled with genuine admiration for the other man. Uchimura appeared just after 9. The discussion kicked off immediately, but it went pretty much exactly as it had the previous day. Kido stubbornly refused to budge on his claims and eventually lapsed into an obstinate silence. Before we got started, Matsuda said just one thing.
昨日言った通りだ。俺じゃない。
After that, he remained tight-lipped. We weren't likely to make such progress with the two key players refusing to participate. Although I believe Matsuda, there wasn't really anything I could say. After all, I had no proof to back up that claim. It wasn't like I'd actually witnessed Kido stealing.
これ以上話しててもしょうがなくねえか。
Mitsugi sighed, sounding like he couldn't give less of a shit.
今やるべきことは他にあんだろう。
Yeah, like making a boat?
作業時間を減らしてまで永遠に白黒つかねえ水かけ論やってる場合じゃねえんだよ。
Yeah, Mitsugi has a point.
おい。
I was about to tell Mitsugi to get a better attitude. Everyone else seemed on the verge of chiming in too, but then Matsuda spoke softly.
俺はもういい。
His expression was blank. Huh?
木戸が認めないなら、それなりの対応をするだけだ。
脅してんのか？思い通りにいかねえから。
Are you gonna beat up Kido again?
違う。脅しじゃねえ。
I'm
そんな
scared.
幼稚なことはしない。それから今後は貯蔵庫には鍵をかける。それでいいな。
ようやくかよ。
Mitsugi shrugged, but Matsuda kept his gaze lowered.
俺は昨日から言ってたぜ。そうすりゃ話は終わりだってな。
Thank you, Mitsugi.
くだらねえ議論に時間を使う必要もなかった。その時間を造船なり食料探しに避けた。
くだらねえ。
No, Mitsugi has a great point. No one will know. So what's the point of this meeting if we don't know any evidences?
黙って聞け。
I can't believe I'm siding with Mitsugi because Mitsugi was right, Azuma! Mitsugi spat the words at me, then turned to Matsuda with a supercilious look.
お前にしっかりしろよとは言わねえ。筋を通しすぎんなっつってんだ。
Yeah, straight, Azuma. Like, them, not you.
俺たちが目指さなきゃなんねえのは、誰が犯人か突き止めて盗みを防止することじゃねえ。こっから生きて帰ることだ。
I bit back all the words, pushing against my teeth. He was talking to Matsuda, and he'd already made it clear that I shouldn't get involved.
そんな。 てんだろ。
He was right, of course. But Matsuda couldn't just put it out of his mind and move on. Not when he was the one being falsely accused. Matsuda looked away from Mitsuki, then spun smoothly on his heel without offering a word of either acknowledgement or dissent. The rest of us watched as he went to grab the tackle box and head back to his cabin. But as he picked the box up, the lid fell open and the contents fell out with a resounding clatter. Huh?
あ、びっくりした。
The catch on the box must have been loose. But as Matsuda stooped down to gather the spilled items, he suddenly froze. There, sitting atop the grass among the lures, rods, and heels, was a single can of mackerel! Wait! Oh my god! He was stealing it! Matsuda! Oh my god! Karma! Matsuda, what is that kind of mackerel? Don't tell me that's fishing lure. With the empty box dangling from his hand, Matsuda looked down silently on the can.
ほら、お前だ。お前が取ったんだ。
Kido was actually right? Really?
だから言ったじゃねえか。俺じゃねえ。
Immediately, Kido rose to his feet and stabbed his finger toward Matsuda, spittle flying from his lips. His face was as red as a tomato. The guy was clearly hamming this up.
松田が取ったんだ。なあ、これではっきりしたよな。
いや、おい、待てって。お前が仕込んだんだろ。
Okay, that could also be a possible thing. Okay, let's hear Matsuda's explanation.
はあ？俺が仕込んだ証拠は？
なんで盗んだサバ缶なんか持ち歩くんだよ。部屋に隠しといた方が確実なのに。
It was obvious. If he had two brain cells to rub together. Meanwhile, Kido glared at me like he wanted to punch me in the face.
広場にボックスを放置している間に木戸が入れたんだ。俺は違う。
Okay, who do you guys believe? Is it Kido? Do you guys believe Kido or Matsuda? Either way, this is just gonna be another blaming game, so let's just forget about this. In contrast to Kido, Matsuda was calm and collected. She might have put a hand to his chin, a furrow deepening between his brows. Does anyone have an alibi with Kibo being there? Takara hummed thoughtfully, like he'd just been faced with an incredibly complex puzzle. Meanwhile, Hongo looked shell-shocked. Mitsugi didn't even attempt to hold back a long, loud sigh. The contentious "what?" I'm not saying that came from Uchimura. And I was doubly surprised. Even if I wasn't already inclined to side with Matsuda, there was clearly no way he'd do something like this. I mean, he could go in and out of the bunker anytime he pleased. Why the hell would he bring stolen food to a debate where he was already under suspicion? If you have something that only make you look guilty, you kept it as far away from yourself as possible. At least, that's what I would do. Yet no one else seemed to be taking that into consideration. In fact, their suspicions appeared to be deepening. Oh no, they're siding with Kibo for some reason. They were all following exactly where Kido led them.
信じられないか。
Matsuda remained perfectly calm. Why would they even believe Kido suddenly? No, I mean, I'm kind of leaning with Azuma here. I mean, I knew that, okay, Matsuda could have possibly stolen it, but we need to take Matsuda's claim, which is that it was planted there. He stopped one of the lures with his foot before it could roll away down the sloping path.
いや、少し驚いただけだよ。経緯がどうであれ、こういうものが出てきたらさ、やっぱりね。いや、考えりゃわかるだろこんなもん。この場に持ってくるわけねえだろうよ。
まっとうに考えりゃそうだけどな。木戸にもっと嫌疑をかけるためにわざと仕込んだんじゃね？
Okay, that also works. See? The main thing is that we shouldn't trust both of them.
それか。どっかに置いてくるつもりだったんで、悪事がバレてテンパってたから慌ててて忘れたんだろ。
だからな、もういいだろって。誰が犯人とかどうでも時間がねえんだっつうの。
Yeah, Mitsuki is right. We're running out of time, so stop with this thing. This is not gonna go anywhere. Suddenly, everyone was talking at once, all voicing their opinions on who was the most likely suspect. I stepped forward and took a breath, ready to yell at them. I mean, breathe? It's breathe, right? Or I still don't like that word. Ready to yell to get them to shut the hell up.
いや、待てって。
東、もういい。
でも。
Matsuda was still picking up his fishing gear. His face remained impassive as he picked up each item and placed it in the box, repeating the motion over and over.
鍵をかけると決めたんだ。それでいいだろう。
ああ、それでいい。
いいわけねえだろ。そいつが犯人だったらどうすんだよ。
Well, if he's the thief, then he's the thief. What?
お前いちいち突っかかってくんじゃねえよ。
とにかく今日はもう作業に戻りませんか？
だからさっきからそうしろっつってんだよ。
Yeah.
こんなことしてる場合か。飯は刻一刻減ってくんだよ。クソガキももう少し冷静になれっつんだ。
Mitsuki glared pointedly at me. Oh my god, Azuma is really pissed off.
やめようよ。ね。とにかく今は解散。
Class dismissed.
だから確かに少し話が長引きすぎた
Azuma,
ね。
calm down, come on.
今日一日作業をしないわけにはいかない。また夜配給をもらうときに話したらいいんじゃない？みんなが納得できる形の答えを出せるまで毎日少しずつ時間を取ればいい。
That is a good idea, Shimada.
そうすれば東くんも納得でしょ。
He shot me a pacifying smile. Matsuda had said not to bother. Mitsuki said we need to get back to work. Takara said to drop it. No one wanted to continue this conversation right now. No one seemed to believe Matsuda, and even Matsuda himself seemed to have given up on trying to convince them. I was the only one still trying to fight.
わかった。
I didn't get it, but I gave in, hanging my head in defeat. As everyone started drifting off to their various tasks, I hurried over to where Matsuda was still picking up his fishing things.
手伝う。
サンキュー。
Matsuda, I'm scared. Takara, who had started to leave, then changed his mind, and Shimada came walking toward us.
たくさん散らばっちゃったね。
あ、俺も手伝うよ。
いらねえ。
Mm-hmm. Matsuda's sharp tone stopped them in their tracks. Oh no. Okay. My hand shook around the lure, grasped in it.
そうだよね。
Why would you go decline his offer? Poor Takara's sad now.
あんまり大勢で手伝っても仕方ないか。
The two of them awkwardly turned away and left without looking back.
悪いな。手伝ってもらって。
Matsuda set the full box down on a bench. His face had softened from the hard look on it when he rejected the other's offers of help.
気にすんな。
I wasn't gonna ask why he'd been so harsh on them. I got it. We were the last to leave the square. It felt like the two of us had been left behind, both physically and metaphorically. It'd probably be best for the two of us to work together today. Wasn't like I could stand around. Kido. When I told Matsuda, he nodded. His head moved jerkily like a marionette with its strings cut.
じゃ、行くか。
I guess we're going out with Matsuda. Is this a date or something? Okay. Should I tell him again that I believed him, even though I just told him yesterday? Or would it lose its meaning if I kept repeating it? Would he sink into despair? Sorry. Would he sink into despair if I said nothing? The day passed by without an answer. Sink pair. Hello there. That evening, Matsuda was more reticent than usual as he passed out the rations. Usually we'd exchange small talk and discuss what we'd gathered that day. But today he handed the food out mechanically, his face expressionless. After everyone had their portion and we were ready to restart discussions, Hongo raised his voice.
木戸さんはいらっしゃいましたか？
いいや。
当人がいないとね。みんなの納得のいく結論を出すってことにはならないよね。
Sinclair. Wait, what the? Why is our internet being bad? Oh, okay, it's good now. I'm looking at the thing here. But now it's 0. What? That's weird. Like, our internet is weird right now and off. I hope is our stream doing good today, by the way? Yeah, now it's 0 again. What? That's very weird. Okay, let's just continue then.
まだ戻ってきてないとか。今日は俺一緒に居づらくて別々に行動したから。
That is really weird, the bitrate. Okay.
また余計な時間を食う羽目になんのかよ。
内村さん、木戸さんの行きそうな場所に心当たりは？
知らねえよ。常に一緒に行動してるわけじゃねえ。そもそもあいつとは仲がいいわけじゃねえぞ。
Okay.
どっかの誰かさんたちと違ってな。
Oh. No, it was mine. Why is our internet bad suddenly? Did it get worse? Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, there we go. We got disconnected. Okay, are we back? Ooh. Okay, thankfully OBS disconnected and it made me restart it. I think we're doing good now. Yeah, I'm doing good. Okay, sorry about the distraction here. Okay, we're back. Ignoring the pointed comment, I took a step forward.
呼びに行こうぜ、部屋に。部屋にいないならまた待てばいいし。
Matsuda just stared up at the columns of clouds, the dry breeze scraping across his cheeks.
木戸さん、いらっしゃいますか？
Oh no. Is this where Kido dies? We didn't need the whole group to go, so Hongo and I broke away and went over to Kido's cabin.
木戸さん。
Hongo rapped slightly on the door, but there was no response.
いないようですね。
Did we get any skip scene, by the way? I don't know. I actually don't know.
寝てるとかじゃなくて、窓にはカーテンがかかってるか。
Oh.
Oh.
When Hongo tried the doorknob, it turned easily. Guess Kido wasn't one to lock his door.
木戸さん
We peered in through the slightly open door. The interior of the dim room wasn't super tidy, but it wasn't as much of a mess as mine and Takara's either. Figuring he must be asleep, I looked toward the bed and saw a figure lying atop it.
やっぱりいるんじゃねえか。
Must be nice to be so fucking relaxed while other people were losing sleep because of him. I pushed past Hongo and stomped toward the bed, in half a mind to yank Kido up by his hair. At the same time, I yelled loudly for good measure.
起きろ！もう配給終わってんだよ！
Hey, don't do that! That is so loud. Hongo flinched away from my booming voice. But Kido remained motionless on the bed, eyes closed. Oh no!
おーい！聞いてますか？起きてくださいね！
Azuma! Do you ever think that he might be dead? This time I yelled right in his face, but there was still no response. Wait a minute. Is he actually dead? Not even a single grunt or a flicker of an eyelid. It was like he'd come back to his cabin, sank into bed with exhaustion, and not moved since. A trickle of cold sweat worked its way down my back. Oh my god! He died! Oh no. Gingerly, I reached out a hand to touch his arm. It felt cold and waxy beneath my fingertips.
本郷さん、
Oh no.
はい。
脈取れる？
He responded in a voice so faint it was almost swallowed up by the creaking of the cabin in the wind. Hongo moved unsteadily across the room to come stand beside me at the bed. His face was pale and stony as he looked down on Kido. He is dead! His hand trembled once as he reached out and pressed his fingers to the inside of Kido's wrist. My question trailed off. I didn't want to know the answer. Hongo stared into space, saying nothing. Time seemed to stand still for several long seconds. Then he pulled his hand away and let it fall limply to his side. He died from heartbreak because no one trusted him? That is... Oh my god, no. How the hell would he even die in bed? Poisoning? That could be a reason as well. His voice was just as lifeless.
ないですね。
Oh no. Huh?
なくなってます。
Who killed him? I mean... A dead body has been found. Please report to the cabin. I did as I was told and walked stiffly back to where the others were gathered in the square. I just had to do as instructed. That was all for now.
もしかしていなかったの？
Hongo had said he wanted to investigate as much of the scene as he could and asked me to go inform the rest of the group. I couldn't look up to them. I didn't want to see everyone. I didn't want to see Matsuda.
ねえ、東ってば。
I couldn't tell them. I couldn't bring myself to say it. There was no point in lying. Summoning all my willpower, I forced the wheels in my brain to turn. I wasn't sad. I wasn't paralyzed by grief or anything like that. The only thing really bothering me was how to break this to the rest of them.
やっぱ戻ってなかったのか。
どうしたの？東くん。
おい。
He's not alive anymore, guys! At last, I raised my head. I heard them all gasp. I think I was smiling. A smile that tugged at my face like a snag in a piece of fabric. I forced my eyes wide open to keep the tears from spilling out. My gaze passed over the rest of the group until it landed on Matsuda, standing at the back. He still had no idea. I looked straight at him as he stood there tall and upright, regarding me with a slightly puzzled expression. I had to say those words. I had to deliver the blow. Why did it have to be me? Well, you're good at blowing things. My breath caught in my throat, coming out in a strangled croak. I'm sorry, Matsuda. I don't think I can help you anymore. Yeah, I mean, everyone's gonna be suspicious of Matsuda after this. I watched the blood drain from their faces, and then everyone began to move at once. My knees finally started to give way, and I staggered, my vision, my reality tilting. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw shadows move past me, kicking up dirt and dry grass as they rushed away. Only Matsuda stood, still in the midst of it all, looking like he'd taken a blow to the face. And I sank to the ground, shattered. Oh my god, my stutters are so bad today. Matsuda didn't join the rest of us inside Kido's cabin. Hongo informed us that his investigation had revealed that, other than the bruising to his cheek from the previous day, there were no other discernible wounds on Kido's body. There was also no signs of blood loss. He simply looked like he was sleeping peacefully, his eyes tightly shut. There was no signs of a struggle in the room either. Weird. So then, he probably got poisoned? But where could he even get poison in paradise? Which would lead of us to believe that he died of natural causes. All of us gathered there staring down the kiddo's dead body must have been thinking the same thing. It was yesterday's blow to the head that killed him.
もう誰がこんなことをって言わ
Oh,
ねえんだ。
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's probably because of Matsuda's blowing. I guess in the woods there's plenty of potential poisons. Oh yeah, remember that? Remember when we were like hiking? Matsuda said something about, I mean, just bring whatever you can, even if it's like inevitable poison. I don't know who they are, but I'll still check. What if he actually knows? I mean, he's a fisherman, for God's sake. He's actually just a heavy sleeper. Mouth quirked into a half smirk. Ochimura's gaze slid to where Matsuda stood, bat in shadow. I couldn't say anything to that, but I could at least glare at Ochimura, who, as usual, continued to talk shit.
しつけ行き届いてんじゃねえか。
Oh my, you're gonna die next, Ochimura!
黙れよ。
I didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but day by day, Matsuda had been edging further and further outside of the circle of the group. Once I realized, I'd made an effort to always stand next to him. But even from my position by his side, maybe because the outfit he'd chosen, Matsuda appeared as an even blacker shadow looming out of the darkness. Like whatever was building inside of him had started to seep out. Yeah, this is his route, by the way. And tonight, after returning to Kido's cabin, everyone now kept a very obvious distance from Matsuda. Even Mitsugi, who had been acting like he didn't give a crap about any of our petty drama. I mean, just to be sure, obviously, Mitsugi would also do that. Wow. There was a time I worked at a school and I had to pick up a kid from his class, and his teacher and I were legitimately unsure if he was alive. He was a very, very heavy sleep apparently. Oh my god, that's so sad.
外傷がねえなら自然死でしかねえってことだし、そういうことなんじゃねえの。
私が見た限り、その可能性が一番高いと思います。
俺が殴ったからつうことか。
Matsuda murmured, his gaze fixed on the ground at his feet.
知るかよ。消去法でそうなってるっつってんだよ。正直もうそろそろ付き合ってられねえ。話し合いならてめえらだけで適当にやってろ。
何お前、人殺しと一緒に生活できんの？
What do you mean bark, bark, bark? I spoke before Matsuda
あの
could.
な、死因なんかわかんねえだろ。医者もいねえのに判断できんのかよ。
Yeah.
松田が殴ったから死んだんだろ？
Okay, I will side with Uchimura here. I mean, Matsuda did beat him the fuck up. Like, a lot bad. Have you seen his face? It could be... But then, remember, Hongo said it was not because of blood loss. Probably because of a head injury, maybe? Could have had a concussion. Yeah, maybe. But it was directly in the head. Not in the stomach or something. In the head. So that's... So, I don't trust Matsuda. In the end, Mitsuki didn't give an answer to Uchimura's question.
Matsuda!
What happened while I wasn't here? Someone just died. That was when I sensed something. What is it, Matsuda? Cracks were starting to appear in Matsuda's calm and collected demeanor. In the darkness, I is the only one who could see the way his face contorted. Oh no! I didn't want it to be because of him. Didn't want his fist to have caused the death of another person.
じゃあさ、なんで木戸さんは死んだの？それしか原因ないじゃない。朝まで元気だったじゃない。だったら病気とかじゃないよ。
Matsuda? Oh no. Matsuda was falling apart before my very eyes. I had to say something. Anything. To him. But what? You didn't kill him? Even if you did kill him, I'm still on your side? Platitudes offer friendship? It was all pointless. Because same as everyone else, I couldn't see any other reason for Kido's death.
もしかしてあの火事も食いぶち減らそうとしてやったんじゃねえのか？
Okay, that is so mean, Uchimura.
内村さん、またそういうことを。
もういい。好きに言えよ。
Takara, did you poison him? Seemingly fed up of the conversation, Matsuda turned on his heel.
待って。
Shimada called out to stop him.
こうなった以上、松田さんは貯蔵庫の管理から外れた方が良くないかな。
Oh no, Matsuda.
いや、それはちょっと。東くん、かばう気持ちもわかるけど。
Managing the bunk. Sorry, I'm eating something. I was eating a candy. Managing the bunker was, in a sense, Matsuda's lifeline out here on the island. Sure, we had originally pushed him into doing it, but the shock written on his face told me that it had come to mean so much more to him.
ああ、別に松田さんを疑ってるわけじゃないんだ。少なくとも俺はね。
Okay, sure. Not now. I sound like I have braces, guys. Look at me, I have braces. Then why was she trying to force him out? I ruined this candy. Oh my god, I really sound like a nerd right now. It's like a bubble gum or something.
ただみんなの心情的にね。
分かった。いいよ。
I was surprised to hear him agree to it so readily, but I soon reasoned why. Matsuda knew that it was a job that anyone could do. He'd done it so far out of the goodness of his heart. There's no reason for him to continue if there was no one left to benefit from that goodwill. As sad as it was, I fear that that was all there was to it.
じゃあ誰が管理すんだよ。
Takara, right?
私は無線につきっきりですし、三木さんは造船の核ですしね。
島田さんもやめてくれよ。メインでやってもらってることがある。
Oh no, it's Shimada. I mean, not Shimada, it's Takara. But Takara gets hungry all the time. This was all Takara's plan.
そうですか。では、宝さんと東さん。
東はダメだ。松田の犬だからな。
Oh my god.
東は関係ねえだろ。
納得いかない方がいるようでは仕方ないでしょうか。
Hongo delicately sidestepped the angry interjections.
では、宝さん一人ではどうでしょう。
You think Takara could do it? Takara would eat everything!
ごめん。頑張ることはできると思うけど。でも俺、自信ないよ。
In the end, management of the bunker was given to the only candidates left, Hongo, who would do it in addition to work on the radio, and Uchimura. Matsuda quickly handed the key over to Hongo, looking like he couldn't wait to get out of there.
お任せください。
なーに、お前よりうまくやるさ。
Really? You're gonna trust Uchimura? The guy who stole the boat? Come on, at least go with the cooler tandem with Hongo and Takara. Matsuda walked away through the dappled light of the square until the shadows at the edge swallowed him out and out of sight. Look at him, the poor boy is wasting away. He needs the nutrients. Who, Takara? Takara needs nutrients? Why are we listening to the seaweed head right now? The guy who looks like he sells off-brand candy in an alleyway. Hey, if it's cheap, I would buy it. The next day... Wait a minute, what does that even mean, off-brand candy? Right? Candy is not that popular that it would have knockoffs on it. I think it's stupid to make off-brand candy, right? I would buy off-brand candy. Oh, I thought met. What even meant? What? The next day, Matsuda and I went fishing together. I mean, I've seen that, remember? Like, there's like a local thing here on M&M's. Like, there's M&M's, but Nips is more popular. There's a candy here called Nips that is basically just like M&M's, but like more cheaper or something. So, I prefer Nips more, honestly. Do you guys lick your Nips? Do you guys lick the coating of it off? Because I think it melts. The M&M actually doesn't melt, but the Nips, I think, melt. Because it's like a lower quality thingy. Really, Nips is better? The next day, Matsuda and I went fishing together. We were due to have another discussion tonight during ration distribution, but after Matsuda's attitude yesterday, I didn't think there was much point. Or maybe there was a point. Maybe it would change things. But what could it change? Could it change the fact that Matsuda might be a murderer?
結構釣れたな。
The exchange stilted, hollow conversation as we walked through the forest. Until now, we had handed over anything we forged to Matsuda. From today, We had to give everything to Hongo or Uchimura instead. We were on our way to the bunker now, figuring that at this time of day, they'd already be there preparing the rations.
なあ、東。
What is it, Matsuda? I looked over to him, expectantly.
俺が殺したのか、軌道。
I don't know. I'm sorry. Oh no. To ask me something like that? Matsuda must have really been coming apart.
わかんね
I answered honestly.
え。もしそうだったとしても事故だと思う。木戸から仕掛けてきたわけで。
Yeah,
正当防衛だし。
but still, Matsuda went too far.
お前はどうして俺と一緒にいる？
え？
ずっと俺のことを思ってくれてるな。ありがたいけど、不安はねえのか？
いや、不安つうか。
俺が食料をちょろまかして、軌道を殴って死なせたかもしれねえのに。怖くねえの？殺されるかもしんねえぞ。
Well, I'm the main character. I could. You can't kill me.
なんでそんなことばっか言うんだよ。
Matsuda was clearly acting strangely. It felt like he didn't give a shit anymore. Not that I could blame him. I was feeling beaten down myself. He had to have it way worse. But still.
そんな言うの松田らしくねえよ。
Why did the neck look so well drawn? You're not wrong. This pessimism wasn't like him. Matsuda was the kind of guy to keep going with his head held high, no matter what went down. I'd learned that about him over these past few days.
俺らしいって何？
え？
東は俺の何を知ってんの？
Oh no, maybe Matsuda is just acting nice. Which is why I never expected him to hit back at me like this. He stood blocking my path, looming over me as he peered into my face. Instinctively, I took a step back from his intense, searching gaze.
そりゃなんも知らねえけどさ。
What is that sound? I don't like that. What do you mean? Matsuda's shoulders juddered as he gave a low chuckle.
お前は少し勘違いしてるかもしれねえな。
We're about to scene skip, aren't we?
勘違い？
What the hell was he talking about? Did he have some kind of problem with me? I didn't think he was the type to be passive aggressive about stuff. But after everything that had happened, maybe it was something he couldn't bring himself to say directly. I mean, he was acting like that at the start, right? He was acting like self-centered or something, remember? And then suddenly when we got together, you know, and tried to explore the island, he was nice at that time. Then he's back to his usual self. Am I right?
あ、なんだ。お前、俺と一緒にいるのが嫌になったとか。
あ？なんだよいきなり。
いきなりっつったらお前がそうだろ。突然変なこと言うから嫌がられてんのかと思った。
まさかそんなわけねえだろ。
ならいいけどさ。
悪かったな。
I'm scared. Eyes widening, Matsuda laughed. It was such a normal, familiar laugh that it made my heart ache.
別に礼を言われてるわけじゃねえよ。
ああ、そうだな。行こう。
His voice is. Has his voice ever been this deep? No, right? Matsuda's voice is scaring me. He jerked his chin in the direction of the distantly visible bunker, then strode off. The interaction left a bitter taste in my mouth, and I frowned as I watched his slightly hunched form recede.
勘違いってなんだよ。
Maybe Matsuda thought I had a mistaken impression about some aspect of him. But how could he expect me to know the real him if he didn't show it to me?
しょうがねえじゃん。俺から見た松田はそうだったんだからさ。
Okay. That is definitely a skip. Oh no. By the time I caught up with Matsuda again, he was almost at the bunker. Starting up to fall in step beside him, I tried to continue the conversation.
おい、歩くの早えよ。俺は山道慣れしてねえんだってば。それから、なあ、さっきの話だけどさ。
Matsuda glanced down sideways at me without slowing his pace.
まあまあ、今はやめとこうや。食料を収めんのが先だろ。な。
It's starting to sound like Kido for some reason. I'm scared. I don't like Matsuda, everyone. This is not good. I mean, Mitsugi is 10 times more better now. He smiled again. But this time, there was a steeliness to it that broke no argument. I was kind of pissed by how he was trying to brush me off, but just as I was about to push further, the door to the bunker opened with a clack, and Uchimura came out. He was munching on a piece of fruit that looked like one of the apples Matsuda and I had gathered.
何食ってんの？それ、お前の分の配給か。
ああ
Uchimura showed no signs of surprise, simply staring at Matsuda and me with bored annoyance.
まあ固いこと言うなって。まだ中に食い物たくさんあるし。それに果物って生ものだろ？腐ってからじゃ遅いしさ。
Oh my god, kill him, Matsuda!
信じらんねえ、お前。
The plastic bag in my hand shook.
それで散々揉めてんのに何やらかしてんだよ。許されるわけねえだろ、そんなこと。ふざけんな。
ああ、もううっせえな。それにあれだろ。
Uchimura looked right past where I stood, shaking with barely suppressed rage, to Matsuda hovering behind me. Then he took a big bite of the apple as he walked up to get in Matsuda's face.
お前みたいにこそこそ盗み食いして誰かに罪を追っかぶせるってんじゃなくてさ、後からみんなに言えばいいんだろ。正直にリンゴ1個だけ食べちゃいましたってな。
Matsuda's eyes had been dark and flat as the ocean at night, but now I thought I saw a faint glow ignite in them. A spark! A flame! A dark gleam unlike anything I'd seen in him before. Oh no. I'm scared. Matsuda's arm moved soundlessly. There was no time to stop him before his fist connected with Uchimura's cheek. Oh! That's what you get. There was a dull thud. The impact sent Uchimura sprawling. Matsuda quickly strode over to where the other man had landed on the gravel path. I mean, Uchimura deserves it, by the way.
おいおいおい、松田。
My voice sounded shockingly weak even to my own ears. Matsuda didn't react to my call. He crouched down next to Uchimura, who was struggling to sit up. A hand pressed to his cheek and blood trickling from his nose.
そういうことしねえやつが管理には必要なんだわ。だからさ、俺が貯蔵庫の管理やるよ。
With one hand twisted into Uchimura's shirt, he raised the other. Uchimura's eyes widened in fright and anticipation of pain. Oh.
Matsuda!
At the same time as I yelled, Matsuda's fist slammed into the center of Uchimura's face. Ah! No, I don't think Matsuda is Yakuza. Matsuda works at an office job, like a very corporate job, I think. Matsuda pulled his fist back as Uchimura whimpered pathetically. Blood gushed from his mangled
俺
nose.
が貯蔵庫の管理やるよ。
Oh my god! Azuma, run! Snapping back to my senses, I rushed over and grabbed Matsuda's shoulders from behind.
やめろよお前何してんだよ
I tried with all my might to pull him away. From his crouched position, it should have been easy, yet he remained solidly in place. His fist brushed past my bangs on its way back to Uchimura's face. Oh my god. Oh! A tooth pierced through Uchimura's torn lips.
俺が貯蔵庫の管理やるよ。
I'm scared, guys. I'm scared. My cry of stop was drowned out by Uchimura's scream. Matsuda's face looked like it was bleeding too. Probably cut by Uchimura's exposed tooth. I mean, okay, that's too much, Matsuda, come on!
俺が貯蔵庫の
I'm scared. This is scary.
何言ってるかわかんね
Because you remove his teeth.
Oh my god, やればいい。俺がやめる。
Oh my god. Matsuda flashed a bright smile, just like when I first met him.
そうか。よかった。
That's scary. Uchimura removed the key from his pocket with trembling fingers. Matsuda took it from him and stood up. My hand dropped away from his shoulder. Beside me, Matsuda jauntily tossed the key into the air and caught it.
最初からこうしとけばよかった。
What do you mean? His smiling face glowed under the sunset. What, hurt people to get what you want? Did he really think Matsuda won't do anything? He literally beat up a man before. Yeah! I could hear the bubbling of Uchimura's shallow breathing from where he lay limp on the ground. I was just relieved he was still alive. Wait, what was I was thinking? This wasn't normal. Matsuda peered into my face as I chewed on my lip. His eyes met mine at close range.
配給持ってかねえとな。行こうぜ。
What about Uchimura? What?
そうだけどさ
But Matsuda cocked his head to the side expectantly, then turned away from me and headed toward the bunker. I stared after him in disbelief.
お前どうしちゃったんだよ
I murmured as he walked along the path to the cabins, carrying a container packed with rations. When he looked at me, Matsuda's expression was the same as ever.
俺らしくしてるだけだけど。
What do you mean just acting like yourself?
どういう意味よ
いや、そのまんまだって。勝手に盗み食いするようなやつに配給任せてらんねえだろ。だから俺が引き受けた。俺らしくしてるだろ。
What?
勝手に食料食ってたのは許せないよだけどそれなら一度みんなに報告してから
報告しねえよ。いちいちめんどくせえ。
What do you mean? Was this the kind of thing Matsuda would say? I mean, I guess I could imagine him laughing and saying something along those lines. The guy was under massive stress, though his tone and expression never changed.
でも報告って結構大事なことなんじゃ。
こういう不正はその場でどうにかするべきだろう。その方が内村のためにもなる。
At this point, I think Azum would be into it.
それはまあそうだけど。
He'd always been inflexible when it came to the rules, and he always considered what was best for other people. In this case, that included Uchimura. Matsuda was giving me a "what's your deal" kind of look, like usual. Like everything was perfectly normal. His eyes were clear as ever. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he did fall in love with Mitsuki who drowned him, so yeah, he's into these things. He was the same old Matsuda. The hell was wrong with me? This is Matsuda we were talking about, so why was I so freaking confused? He was Matsuda, yet somehow I felt like I'd seen something in him that I couldn't put a name to. I wanted to believe in him, but I was scared to. And though I was scared, I couldn't abandon him. My head was a mess. My steps slowed to a sluggish pace. Matsuda stopped a little ways ahead of me and turned back.
Na?
Dazedly, I looked up at him.
お前、やっぱり俺のこと勘違いしてただろ。
He stood tall and straight between the leafy trees, like a tree trunk himself. The very same man I'd believe I could trust.
もう全員集まってんな。
Oh no. When Matsuda appeared holding the container of food, everyone looked taken aback for a moment.
配給渡すからいらっしゃい。
内村はどうした？今日の配給はあいつがやるんだと思ってたが。
まあ、やっぱり俺に貯蔵庫の管理やってほしいって、ついさっき言われて引き受けた。
Why are you lying right now? Takara and Shimada exchanged a look while Mitsuki's eyes narrowed. Then they all looked to me, seeking an explanation.
あのさ、
Oh
これ
no,
にはちょっと
no!
したわ
Say
け
the
があるっつ
truth!
うか、なんつうか。
Asuma, say the truth, please! Or else they're also gonna suspect you. No, they freaking weren't. There were no reasons. No reasons I could give them. In the end, I simply fell silent and looked down at the ground.
俺の方が数日間だが経験あるし、ちょっと揉めたけど、それも鍵かけるってことで決着したんだしな。だから、本郷さんも今までお疲れさん。
はあ。
They're also scared. They knew! I think they knew now! Oh no, he beat someone up.
お前もその場にいたのか？内村はマジで松田に委任したのか？
I think Ube has finally embraced the gay. No, I didn't embrace the gay. This was the gay month. Okay, I was forced to do the gay games. I realized he was talking to me.
そう言われたらそうかもしんないけど。
What do you mean right? Yes, it's right. I mean, yes, it's right, forced. But I couldn't formulate a proper answer. My brain still hadn't caught up with what the hell was happening. Matsuda beat Uchimura until he gave him what he wanted. If I said that, it would put Matsuda in an even worse position than he already was, sorry. Maybe that was why I chose to keep my mouth shut about what went down. Maybe even now, after everything he'd done, I still wanted to believe in Matsuda. Who cares what position Matsuda was in? He's insane, Azuma. I know! Azuma, come on! Speak up! Why? Why was I so desperate to believe in him?
ふん
Mitsuki seemed to have sensed something from me, as he didn't press any further.
内村さんは今どこにいるんですか？
さあ、どっかで昼寝でもしてんじゃねえの？あ、もう夜か。それより配給いらねえの？ちゃんと食える時に食った方がいいと思うぜ。
Matsuda waved a wilted burdock leaf at us. Though everyone still looked uncertain, they all lined up to receive their rations, which Matsuda confidently distributed. Soon, everyone had their food, though the uneasy mood remained.
東、お前の分。
I hadn't lined up with others, so Matsuda came over and pressed a package into my hand. This is awkward. Seeing the troubled look on my face, he flashed me a small smile before turning back to the others.
そうそう、みんな、戻る前に聞いてくれ。
I'm gay.
明日から背景を成果性に切り替えようと思う。
Performance-based system? Huh? My mouth gaped open at this unexpected suggestion.
成果性
Oh no, this is not good. Dictatorship of Matsuda. Someone should add him as a mod in Civ 6. Matsuda nodded. That is so cursed. Why performance task?
食料班はちゃんとノルマ分の食い物を持ってきたら見返りとして配給を渡す。
見返り？
そうだ、給料みたいなもんだよ。造船班は進捗が分かりづらいから俺が毎日状況を見に行ってから判断する。船作りが進んでりゃ配給を渡す。もともと飯はほとんど残ってねえ。みんなが生き延びるためにもこうした方がいいって配給制を提案した時からずっと思ってたんだよ。
Shimada was the first to speak while the rest of us were still mute with shock.
いや、待とうよ。
ん？
そういう重要なことは全員で話し合って決めるべきことじゃないかな。何かの理由で進捗がなかった人はどうするの？怪我をして動けなくなったりしたら？
Rest in peace, Shimada.
そもそも配給制は平等にするために提案したんじゃなかったっけ？
At the back of the group, Takara nodded heartily. Maybe I'll kill you next. Matsuda tossed the fluffy burdock leaf he had been twirling back into the empty container, then moved toward Shimada. There was no change in his facial expression, but I had a horrible feeling about this. I tried to call his name, but it was already too late. Oh my god! No! Drops of blood flew from the cut on Matsuda's knuckles as his hand arched through the air and... Oh my god! His fist slammed across Shimada's cheekbone. Takara, don't look! What do you mean that's hot? What? What, that's what Azuma's saying? To my surprise, the impact looked to be just as forceful as when he had hit Uchimura. Apparently, he didn't pull his punches, regardless of who or why he was fighting. I knew I should try to stop him, yet I simply stood there frozen in shock, the same as everyone else. And you all think Takara's the evil one? I mean, they might be all evil. Of course, Shimada hadn't been expecting to get punched in the face. With no time to brace himself, he staggered backward from the impact. When he pulled his hand away from his cheek, I saw blood gathering in the corner of his mouth. That was gonna swell up for sure. Matsuda regarded him dispassionately.
成果性で問題ねえよな。
He's thrown across the distance that had opened up between them and raised his fist again, aiming right between Shimada's brows.
おい待って
はい
Shimada's cry reverberated around the square, and Matsuda reacted. His fist came to a stop a hair's breadth from Shimada's face.
はい
Shimada stared at the fist hovering before his eyes, so close it almost brushed his eyelashes.
いいんじゃないかな
No!
そう言ってくれると思ってたわ
Slowly, Matsuda lowered his hand. Asuma, stop that! Why do you feel like you're enjoying this? Relief flooded through me. While I hadn't been able to stop Matsuda, I was thankful that Shimada had quickly determined that this was one fight he couldn't win. Matsuda remained where he was for a moment, swiveling his head to look around at
他の
us.
人は何か言いたいことあったりする
Nothing? Nobody said a word. Then his eyes found mine.
東
What? His voice cut through the silence, and I couldn't suppress the shudder that ran through me.
何
俺のベッド貯蔵庫に運ぶの手伝って
Before I could ask why, Matsuda brushed past Shimada and set off toward his cabin. What was I supposed to do? Oh no! What? Wait, what? Leave it alone. Take care of Shimada, give chase, or talk with everyone. Wait, I don't. Wait, there's no choices here! Wait, this is not in here! Wait! Wait! Are we in the bad ending? I don't see it here! I actually don't. Is easy mode lying? No. Wait, I don't see it in the good end route. What? Wait, are we still here? No, we finished that thing. The good ending. The good ending is basically the good ending is follow Mitsuki's orders. Let's at least pretend to get a wait, this is Matsuda. Oh, that's why I'm so confused. Sorry. Yeah. It's give chase. Yes, it's give chase. Oh my god, that was so scary. I was looking at Mitsugi. That was why I was so confused. Give chase. No, they're right. There was something clearly wrong with Matsuda. Whatever was going through his mind, we couldn't just leave him alone in this state.
俺ちょっと行ってくる
大丈夫か近づいて
いや話は普通に通じると思うしとりあえず島田さんの手当は頼んだ
ああできれば目覚まさせてこい
できる限りは
Okay. If Matsuda wanted his bed taken to the bunker, that must mean he planned to sleep there from now on.
前に拠点を貯蔵庫に移してみたいなこと言ってたけどな
But the situation was different now. Everyone moving to the bunker would be one thing, but if it was only Matsuda, there was no real logic to it. It wasn't like it'd be easier to hand out rations. It seemed to me like he wanted to isolate himself from everyone. I felt like when he hit Shimada, he'd made a statement, a separation of himself from the rest of us. Either that, or he really did want all the rations to himself.
なわけねえって
I shook my head to dispel the horrible thought, yet I couldn't fully rid myself for it. Doubt was gradually worming its way into my brain. But first things first, I had to talk to Matsuda directly and ask him what he was thinking. Oh no. Oh no. Oh look, he has his bed there now.
うわ結構重かったな。
Matsuda stretched his back muscles out after finally setting the bed down. The wooden bed frame was only a single, but carrying it all the way from the cabin to the bunker had been a difficult task. It was dark out, the path was treacherous, and the bed was heavy. It had taken freaking forever.
助かったよ。これ一度部屋で一人で持ち上げてみたとき、さすがに俺だけじゃ無理だなと思っててさ。
Is Azuma going to sleep here too? We don't know. After adjusting the mattress to his satisfaction, Matsuda sat down on the bed and surveyed the bunker. There was something arrogant about that simple gesture, or was I reading too much into it?
いや
Everything felt wrong. My words were failing me. I wanted to say something lighthearted, tell him that it had been no problemo, or something to that effect. Then I could casually bring up my real question. Ochimura was one thing, he'd been a thorn in everyone's side, but I wanted to know why the hell he'd hit Shimada. Do it! And I figured, once we were talking, I could tell him about that what he did was wrong. That was the main reason I'd come with him after all.
松田
Oh no, are you gonna get hit? Oh, Matsuda looked at me. I'm looking at you too. His dark eyes gleamed glassily in the lamplight. My heart thudded hard against my ribcage. It was wrong to use violence to force people to do what he wanted. I wanted him to know that. But my instincts were warning me not to say it out loud.
なんでもね
What, Azuma? No!
言えよ。一回言いかけたのを途中で飲み込まれんのは気持ち悪いよ。
Oh no. I took a step backward, my feet dragging across the bare earthen
別に
floor.
今言わなきゃいけないことでもねえし明日また言う
Keeping my body facing forward and my movements quiet, I shuffled as casually as possible toward the stairs leading up to the exit.
明日
What? Matsuda's voice echoed through the wide, empty space as I moved further from the source. But I was hyper aware of his shadowed face following my every move. I was only a few meters from the
じゃ
steps.
あ俺は一旦向こうに戻るから
I heard the bed creak, and my legs froze. Why did your leg froze when you heard the bed creak?
まあ待てよ。
No! No, I think that's the sign. I think you're gonna sleep here. Matsuda leisurely got to his feet, then walked steadily toward me. This is definitely a sin skip. Sweat trickled down the back of my neck. My pulse quickened, urging me to make a decision on whether to make a break for it. Someone said, calm down! Fuck, I shouldn't be here. I kicked off the ground, angling toward the stairs, reaching forward with one leg. Huh?
なあ。
What? Suddenly, Matsuda was there behind me, his shadow looming, though I hadn't heard a sound. I don't like that smile anymore. No! I stretched out a hand, but there was nothing to grab onto. Yeah, this is way weirder than Mitsuki's route. Why? Why was it weirder than Mitsuki's route? My arm flopped back down uselessly. Matsuda had hold of the hem of my cardigan, the fabric stretching taut between us. A button popped off as I surged forward. From my cardigan slipped off my shoulders and down to my elbows, where it stretched out even further. Aslan, stop! Stop making weird noises! I clawed at the air, trying to get away, but somehow Matsuda's grip on my clothes was too strong for me to fight against. Why is this so bad? Oh, no. Is this the bad omen from earlier while I was eating my food? There was the sound of something tearing. The red I've been holding burst out of me as I pitched forward, as I instinctively screwed my eyes shut. No! What is happening? But impact with the floor never came. Hesitantly, I opened my eyes. One of Matsuda's arms was wrapped around my neck from behind, passing over my chest to where his hand dug into my right shoulder. What is happening? Gatsuma! Kick him in the balls. Beneath my chin, his forearm suddenly tensed, putting pressure on my throat.
俺の用事がまだ終わってねえんだな。
What do you mean? Though I kicked and struggled, slowly but surely, the stairs started to recede as the ground slid beneath my feet. Are you? What is happening? What is happening? Why is Azuma doing these noises? I couldn't breathe. In panic desperation, I racked my nails across Matsuda's arms again and again. I felt the sensation of skin scraping away under my nails. Matsuda growled low in his throat. Then the next instant, I was thrown into a corner. My back and head slammed against the wall, and for a moment, I saw stars. What, like a cartoon? What is that? What the hell is Matsuda doing? As I was bent double, clutching my throat as I coughed, and Matsuda's shadow fell across me. Sensing him looming over me, I cracked my eyes open. A faint smile played around Matsuda's lips as he examined the scratch marks on his arm.
思いっきり引っかきやがって。
I'd already seen it happen twice before, so I knew what the slight shift of his shoulders meant. He was gonna hit me. No! Stop, Asuma! What is this? With my position bent over on the ground, it was easy for him to drive his fist straight into my stomach. What is Matsuda doing? The punch caught me already in the midst of a coughing fit, and my consciousness momentarily slipped away. We're doing this for Takara. Oh, that that was a skip sin. That was so obvious that was skipped. Oh my god, that was what happened after that. Oh no. I don't know what happened. We're doing this with Takara, everyone. I wonder what happened. Probably more beating. I bit my lip hard, fighting back the tears that hovered behind my eyes, threatening to spill out. I knew I was making excuses for myself. Yeah, I had trusted him. So what? Clearly, my trust had been misplaced. I could hardly blame him for betraying something he never asked for in the first place. But it still hurt. I scrubbed my face with both hands and looked ahead, ready to move again when...
Kazuma-kun!
I flinched. Turning around, I found Shimada jogging toward me.
今戻ってきたの？あれからどうなった？
His brows were knitted together with concern.
東君、目が真っ赤だけど。
いや、これはちょっと眠いなって。
Oh, come on, Azuma.
そう。もしかして泣いてるのかと思った。松田さんに殴られたりはしてない？
I can't believe this is worse than Matsuda. Shit, what could I say? Okay, in here... It's admit the heart to heart didn't work. Ditch this. Right. The whole reason I even went to the bunker in the first place was to get a read on Matsuda and try to make him see sense. But before I got to that,
島田さん、ほっぺたの怪我大丈夫ですか？
ああ、これね。本郷さんがこれでもかってくらい処置してくれたから、ちょっと痛むくらい。
そうっすか、よかった。つーかクソ松だめ。
really, Azuma?
まあまあ。
ああ、それで話し合いの方なんですけど、ちょっと今は話し合える状態じゃねえっつうか、一度みんなできちんと今後のことを話し合いたいなって。
そっか。うん、わかった。
I could hardly tell him everything that went down, so I just told him the outcome, and that seemed to be enough. Right now, I just wanted to be alone.
じゃあ、俺そろそろ戻りますね。
ああ、そうだね。東くんはベッドの運び込みもしてくれたんだっけ？重かったでしょう。俺たちも一緒に手伝えたら楽だったろうに。
じゃあまた明日。
Okay, I'll be fine with Takara. What if Takara's route is the most evilest and depressing one of them all? Huh? Are you guys even ready for that? What if Mitsuki was the most normal out of all the routes in this game? After wrapping up the conversation in what was probably a slightly forced manner, I hurried away. I decided to wash myself in the cabin, then immediately head out somewhere. I didn't want to face Takara. I'd find somewhere to sit, and before I knew it, morning would be here. I was sure I'd feel better then. I felt like once this day was over and a new one dawned, I'd be a brand new me. I didn't have the spare brain power to think about how I'd deal with Takara. If he was awake, I could tell him I was exhausted and going to take a bath, and then afterwards I'd say I was gonna take a walk till morning. But Takara wasn't in the bed! Huh?
便所か。
I opened the door to check. He wasn't there. He wasn't in the bed either. This was my chance to wash up. Where's Takara? Pushing away the urge to just collapse into bed, I used the river water we'd collected in the tub to wash the dirt from my skin. Oh no. Is he naked or something? I didn't know if my head was still bleeding, but wrapping a bandage around it would draw too much attention, so I settled for washing the wound, then gently pressing a towel to it. Even that light pressure made me gasp in pain. I couldn't do much more than gently probe it to feel the love. Finally, I looked in the mirror. My stomach was a mess of purple bruises.
少しは手加減しろっつうの。
Complaining about it wasn't gonna make the bruises fade. I just avoid looking at them, since that only seemed to make them hurt more. It took about 15 minutes to wash and change. Then, rubbing my stomach, I returned to the living area. There was still no sign of Takara! I was gonna hang around the area anyway, so I'd like to see him whenever he came back. I could say hi then. I grabbed a bottle of water and was just about to leave the room when... Takara? The door opened from the other side, and I found myself face to face with Takara.
おかえり。
With one hand still on the door, Takara stared at me in silence for a moment. I didn't know where he'd been, but I thought I detected a slight wariness in his expression.
ただいま。東は帰ってたんだ。うん、ついさっきな。今ちょうど風呂出たとこ。何もされてない。
Takara, you better say the truth!
されたよ。殴られた。
Thank you, Azuma. Thank you. Thank you.
されたよ。
I don't know what was that. Sorry. That was me actually pressing something. I wasn't lying. I actually pressed the repeat button. I wasn't lying. I was just telling him everything. I just wasn't telling him everything. The carrots bro forward and he bit his lip. But testing my mood, he didn't press any further.
つか、お前はどこ行ってたんだよ。
Just killing people, right, Takara?
ああ、うん。貯蔵庫に行ってた。東だけに行かせるの、本当に心配だったから。
You went to the bunker? Did something happen with you and Matsuda?
え
What?
ごめん、行かない方が良かった。
What did he do to you? What did Matsuda do to you? Did he see?
いや、そういうんじゃねえけど、わざわざ来なくてもよかったのに。
だって、もし殴られてたりしたらと思って。嫌な予感は当たっちゃったわけだけど。
Aww. I was okay. He didn't seem to know about what Matsuda did to me. Otherwise, he would have been acting differently. Given that he was only getting back now, I figured I was already gone from the bunker by the time he arrived.
それにしても、もう帰ってたなんて、すれ違っちゃったみたいだね。
Aww.
貯蔵庫に着いてから、あずまーって声かけたんだけど、返事なかったし。
そうみてえだな。ともかく
Oh, sorry. Sorry if I keep skipping. The carrot shrugged off my thanks and stepped into the cabin. He set his flashlight down on the table, then took a swig from a water bottle. I looked back into the room at him.
なんで帰ってきて早々なんだけど、ちょっと外の空気吸いてえから出てくるわ。
今から？もう夜遅いよ。明日も作業があるんだし、早く寝た方が。
大丈夫。ふらふらしねえで、歩いてもせいぜい広場あたりに行くから。
I was pretty much dead on my feet at this point, so I wasn't planning to go on a hike or anything. I just wanted to be alone. I wasn't in the mood for small talk.
そっか、わかった。
There was a pause as he set the water bottle down and wiped his mouth.
一人になって、いろいろ考えたい時もあるよね。
All I could do was awkwardly laugh off his comment. It felt like he could see right through me. My eyes wandered, looking for a way out of the conversation, and landed on a brown stain on the carrot's shirt. Brown stain?
ああ、それ、服染みついてんぞ。
What is that?
ああ。食べこぼしちゃったのかな。すぐに洗濯しないと。あずま、手伝ってくれる？
Aw, the carrot doesn't want him to be alone.
やだ。
そう言うと思った。いいよ。無理してごまかそうとしなくたって。
How much did he know? I really wanted to get out of this conversation.
じゃあ、行ってくる。
いってらっしゃい。
They're teasing us. They're teasing us in the carrot's route, I swear. The carrot waved and I gave some sort of non-committal response as I stepped out the open door. Closing the door behind me, I let out a breath. Breathe? Breathe or breath? What is it? The square lay silent and empty before me. Now that I was outside, I wanted to find a spot to sit and rest. My eyes fell on the beach in the square and I walked over to it. Not so long ago, we were having barbecues and making curry here. Yet it already felt like the distant past. The bench creaked quietly when I sat down on it. Leaning against the backboard helped ground me. It wasn't bad enough to need treatment, but pretty much every part of me hurt, including my heart. I was wondering what could have caused Matsuda to go off the rails like that when suddenly came to me. Was it really such a mystery? It was probably because we accused him of killing Kido. Sure, it wasn't everyone, but the general consensus was that Kido's death was likely the result of Matsuda's assault.
これまでにもいろんなことがあったしな。
But I felt like that was the straw that finally broke the camel's back, because he no longer had our trust. And now, without that trust, Matsuda was drawing in on himself. Or maybe he just no longer cared about anything. But if that were the case, he could have given up managing the supplies. Why not use the threat of violence to take all the food for himself? Instead, he chose to keep doing it, and to keep the rationing system going, even if he was doing it by force.
それって理性は失ってないってことか。
I think he's always just been like that, Azuma. He hadn't given over to feral instinct. Matsuda was still Matsuda. No, it's not! What are you talking about, Azuma? And if he was still himself, then why did he do that to me?
知るか。
The trauma came flooding back and my throat constricted. I hunched over, feeling like I was gonna puke. It was all so much worse because I hadn't expected it, and the feeling would linger so long as I felt like I'd been betrayed. But I couldn't do anything about it, because I couldn't forget. Taking deep breaths, I slowly straightened up. I looked up at the cloudy, starless sky. The person who wanted to answer me wasn't here.
ごめんなさい、白いよ。
Right. He should apologize to me for what he did. I was traumatized and upset, but more than that, I was pissed off. For my part, I was sorry that we had all misunderstood and mistrusted him. I'd apologize for that. But while I may have wavered slightly, I'd always believed in him. I was always on his side. And then he went and put me through all this? Hadn't he got the wrong idea about me? My favorite BL streamer. What? Kanashi? What? He should apologize to me. I was hurting real bad. He'd made me cry.
謝らせてやる。
Oh my god. Revenge? One day I would. My whisper dissipated into the night sky, dissolving into the distant roar of waves. Though I was bone tired, sleep wouldn't come. I sat there until the sky began to brighten in the east. Now it's Azuma's turn for violence.
あ、そ
Oh, sorry, I thought he's not gonna speak. I could hear birds singing. The day had clearly dawned, but I had no idea what time it was. Guess I wouldn't without a clock. I recalled that the hands of the wall clock had been hovering somewhere around 11 p.m. when I left the cabin last night, which meant I'd been sitting here staring into space all night.
暇人にも程があるわ。
I stood and stretched out my spine, the vertebrae cracking one by one. My bruises flared with pain, but I could move.
さてと。
I decided to head to Kito's cabin. Oh? It wasn't like I expected to find anything. If there was anything to be found, it would have been already. But perhaps, just on the off chance.
松田が殺したんじゃねえ証拠とかがあれば、状況が変わるかもしれねえ。
What? You're still defending Matsuda? Oh my god. The metal of the doorknob was cool against my palm. When I applied a little pressure, it turned.
鍵はかかってねえのか。
Why is he breathing so erotically? Hello? Yeah, I mean, it's a BL game. Of course they would have... Oh.
確か、もともと鍵はかかってなかったんだっけ。
I thought back to when I came here with Hongo. I'd figured Kito wasn't one for locking his door. Guess I was right.
いや、鍵をしてたとしても、合鍵は本郷さんしか持ってねえはずだし。
We should make Hongo suspect. He could have unlocked the door while Kira was asleep and bashed his head in.
ねえよな。
It wasn't impossible, but it was highly implausible. It made more sense that Kiro had left his door unlocked, considering we were on a deserted island. Who was gonna steal from him? Whatever the case, it was time to look inside. Kiddo is actually alive. I announced my presence, though I knew I'd get no response. Sunlight slanted in through the windows and open door, illuminating the room. I really didn't want to be in the same room as a corpse again. I mean, who the fuck would? Plus, I was worried about handling the smell, the inevitable stench of death and rot. But as it turned out, I didn't need to be. The cabin smelled of fresh wood, same as all the others. Then, as I looked around... Huh? I realized I didn't need to worry about the corpse either. What? Wait, why? What? Atop the bed were only rumpled sheets. The body was gone. Huh? Well, they probably buried it, right? The hell? Had they buried it while I was away? I thought we agreed that we should leave the crime scene as it was for when the police could investigate. Gingerly, I approached the bed. Nothing.
なんで
I knelt down to peer under it. It wasn't like I thought the body had somehow rolled underneath, but still, I got down and looked like an idiot. Obviously, there was nothing there. I crouched there for a moment in a daze.
場所を移したのか
But without any explanation? For what purpose? Totally confused, I tried to think it through
何
until...
やってんだ
Matsuda! A sudden voice from behind made me jump. I turned around. Matsuda stood in the doorway, his face an expressionless mask.
あ、いや。
Flashbacks from yesterday barreled through my brain. Matsuda's voice, his warmth, his... Fear bubbled up in me, but I pushed it back down. There were more important things going on right now.
木戸さんの死体がねえんだけど。
Matsuda raised an eyebrow. He glanced at the empty bed behind me, then blinked.
なんだそれ移動させたのか
You jump scares like this is a horror game? I mean, it's a scary game, definitely.
いや、そんな話は聞いてねえ。ちなみに埋葬するとかも聞いてねえよ。少なくとも俺が知ってる限りでは。
Matsuda's eyes narrowed and he put his hand to his chin.
木戸が死んで今日で3日目だ。
うん。
誰かが死体を運び出す時間はあった。そうだな。
Are you playing dumb? Yes, his dead blade. He seemed to have come to the conclusion that one of the others had moved
な
it.
かったとは思わねえよ。でも、
It would have had to have been either yesterday or the day he died. Someone would have definitely noticed. During the day, we were all busy hunting for food or working on the boat. And we were always paired up while we did it.
だからさ、死体運び出すなんて割と時間かかりそうなのに、そんなんやってたらすぐバレちまうんじゃね
Matsuda nodded thoughtfully.
じゃあ夜はどうだ深夜なら見られる可能性は低い。
At night, huh? Takara and I shared a room, so I knew what he was up to. But as far as the others are concerned, their whereabouts were a blank slate. Wait, Takara was gone, remember? Takara was meeting at the bunker. Yeah, Takara wasn't there at night though. And the same went for Matsuda. Yeah, he was at the bunker apparently. That's what I was thinking. If he screamed Azuma in the bunker, I'm pretty sure Matsuda would, you know, open the door and like torture poor Takara. That's why I was so scared. But nothing happened? You think nothing really did happen? I don't know. There's something off with Takara. Apparently, my eyes said but my mouth didn't.
俺は運んでねえよ。
He said shortly, then folded his arms.
木戸の部屋に来たのも今日が初めてだ。ミーティングに行く途中にドアが開いてたから、おかしいと思って覗き込んだ。そしたらお前がいた。
そっか。
I got to my feet and went over to him. Matsuda stared indifferently back at me.
さ、火事になったログハウス。
あっちの死体も消えてるんじゃねえかってか？
ただの勘だけど。
Okay, we're gonna check this one as well. Inside the shell of the cabin, still thick with a caustic stench of smoke, my hunch was proved right. There was no corpse on the bed, only a blackened sheet lying shrouded like in the rays of the morning sun. Remember the stain? Remember the Takara's stain? The brown stain?
まさかとは思ったがこっちもか。
Was Takara stinky? Does he smell like, rotting corpse? Did we sniff Takara?
マジでただの勘だ。
Because if it doesn't stink, then it couldn't been him.
しかも見ろ、ベッドの上。
He gestured at empty space with his chin.
あの焼死体は全身が炭化してたわけじゃねえ。まだ生の部分もあったから、とっくに腐って液化してるだろうと思ってた。なのに、そういう形跡がねえ。
What if Takara was just in our imagination? I don't mind how Takara smells. What? While the bed was charred and soot-stained, I didn't see any other stains or signs of wetness, which could only mean one thing.
こっちの死体も腐る前に移動させた？
Matsuda nodded. Well, shit. What the hell was going on? While Matsuda appeared to be deep in thought, I headed back outside. I let out a breath I've been holding and sucked in a new one. When Matsuda stepped out a while later and came over to join me, he still looked grim. Then he reached out to lay a hand on my shoulder. Oh! I instinctively recoiled. Fuck! He lowered his hand from where it hovered in empty air.
ひとまず、今日は食料班だけじゃなくて、造船班の連中も呼ぶか。報告だけはしときてえしな。
了解。じゃあ、俺が呼んでくるわ。
Matsuda nodded as though nothing was out of the ordinary, but I'm sure there were signs I was missing. Maybe a furrow between his brow, his dropped hand clenching into a fist. He must have been pissed that I flinched away from him, that my body recoiled of its own accord. It had taken me by surprise too. Oh no. Gathered in the square, everyone seemed shocked by our news. Hongo was the most disturbed. He immediately rushed off to check both cabins for himself.
謎だね。この中の誰かが運び出したんだってことだけは分かってるけど。
I mean, it's obviously not Takara, right? Takara is not that strong. The only strong person really here is Matsuda. And where is Uchimura? Is Uchimura dead?
運び出されると何か不都合があんのか？
What did happen to Uchimura? Like, he was beaten up, but like, is he alive? We haven't seen Uchimura yet.
警察の方の調査が。
調査すんなら島全体だろう。そのうちどっかで見つかるはずだ。その時に全て明らかになる。俺はそれで構わねえけどな。
As usual, Mitsuki's only concern was building the boat and getting the hell out of here ASAP.
それはそうだけど、なんか気持ち悪いよ。
ね。何か意図があってそうしたんだろうからね。
意図？
何もないのに運ぶ意味ないじゃない。
ではこう考えてみましょう。死体を運び出すことで、例えば何かメリットがある人がいるとすれば。
Everyone's gazes converge on Matsuda. Oh no, don't you dare stare. He's just gonna beat us up. They weren't even bothering to hide their suspicion anymore.
簡単な
Oh,
話だ
there
ろ
we
うがよ
go.
木戸を殺した証拠隠滅がしたかったんだろそこのクソ野郎がな
Uchimura! I mean, you gotta hand it to Uchimura. He's not scared. Even though he was beaten up, he will still be that suspicious and loud.
じゃあなんで焼死体の方も運んだんだよ。
知るかよ木戸だけ運んだんじゃ怪しまれるからだろ
Yeah, he's got guts, that's for sure. Matsuda said nothing to defend himself. He simply sat there, his face as expressionless as a mask. When he was with me, he'd talk, smiled, punched. Yet as soon as he was with the others, he became a rock. Maybe he figured there was no point in trying to argue his innocence. It pissed me the hell off. If he hadn't done it, he should damn well say so. Hello dear Bone and Ash, welcome to the stream, thank you for following us. I guess he figured no one would believe him either way. But I didn't want him to admit defeat. So if he wasn't gonna say anything, then I would. And in return, he'd tell me he was sorry.
俺は松田じゃねえと思う。
This time, everyone looked to me. Matsuda's gaze, which had been fixed firmly on the ground, lifted slightly.
だってどうせ疑われてるのに、今さら死体を隠す意味がねえから。死体を隠したって隠さなくたって、疑われるのは変わんねえじゃん。だったら隠さないで置いとくよ。
どうせ疑われてるのにってのは余計かな。
そうですよ。私たちは疑ってなんか。
木戸が死んだ日のことは分かんねえけど、昨日の松田には絶対にできなかった。
I interrupted loudly, cutting them off.
俺が一緒にいたから。俺は帰ってきてからずっと広場にいたから。松田は木戸のログハウスに来てねえから。
So who was it? So it's definitely not Matsuda then.
むしろアリバイの話をすんなら、他の全員の方がもっとねえだろ。
Okay. Honestly, my logic was full of holes. It was really more an attempt at evasion than a workable theory. If they countered with assertion that they could have moved the body the day Kipo died, it fell apart. Kido, sorry. If they decided it was Matsuda's accomplice and therefore covering for him, it fell apart. If they decided I couldn't be trusted, I was screwed. Yeah, don't vouch for him after he did that to you. What is wrong with you, Azuma? What really is wrong with you? You think saying all these nice words will bring back the old Matsuda? The old Matsuda was... There was no old Matsuda. He was this. This was the real Matsuda. Matsuda. I saw myself reflected in Matsuda's emotionless eyes.
難しいとこだけどね。俺も松田は違うと思うな。
Yeah, it might be a trauma response.
だって意味がないんだもの。焼死体の方も松田がやったって言うなら話は変わってくるけど。
The ultimate masochist.
松田は東を助けるために火の中に飛び込んでいったんだよ。犯人ならそんなことしないよ。
だから。
I could have hugged him. Ooh?
じゃあ誰がやったんだよ
Uchimura muttered heavily. I was expecting him to go off at me again, but he didn't.
薄気味悪いな死体なんか隠してどうなるってんだよ
I didn't understand it either, and that same uncertainty was probably keeping Uchimura from making any more rash outbursts. After all, one of us here had to be the culprit. That fact hadn't fully sunk in until just now, and a shiver ran down my spine. everyone was avoiding one another's eyes. It was Matsuda who eventually drew all their attention back to him.
白熱してるとこ悪いが、そろそろ時間だ。全員持ち場に行こ
What is the navel gazing? What? Navel gazing?
う。俺は、正直なところ、死体がどうなろうと知ったこっちゃねえ。今は1秒だって時間が惜しいから、小難しいことより目の前の仕事を優先した方がいいと思う。この島を出て警察に駆け込めばそれで解決だ。犯人もわかる。不安なら一人になるな。信頼できるやつと一緒に行動しろ。部屋も移動して協力して過ごせばいい。今はできる限り脱出を急ぐのが肝要だ。そうだな、三木。
仰せの通りで。
俺はさっさと飯を探しに行く。お前らも早くしろ。
Oh yeah, this is the start of the performance one, right?
じゃあ俺は行くわ。島田さん、悪いけど倉庫にあったビニールシート運んどいて。
わかったよ。
Matsuda was right. We had to get off the island. His urgency was contagious, and everyone quickly started to disperse. After watching everyone else leave, Matsuda started walking toward the forest. And I followed after him. I've been thinking of teaming up with Takara, who seemed uneasy about the whole situation. But instead, I went with Matsuda. Oh, why? I mean, in the end, the fucker never came out and said that he didn't do it. Oh my god. So, do you really hate him or do you not? Matsuda strode through the forest like he'd been born there. The guy was like a fucking gorilla bounding up the slope. For Takara, yeah. This is all for Takara, by the way. The reason why we wanted to complete everything was because of Takara. Meanwhile, like a typical city kid, I was gasping with the effort of trying to keep up. Over and over, I lost sight of him, then managed to briefly catch up, only to fall behind again.
どこまで行くんだよ。
Yeah, I'm starting to miss Mitsugi because Mitsugi's just a jerk. Like, at least we know what the real Mitsugi is. But in here, we didn't know that. We really thought that it's gonna be nice and just fun, gonna be romantic, but no.
まさか島の反対側まで行く気じゃ。
Honestly, there was no romantic aspect that we've seen with Asuma and Matsuda. Like, remember at the start, like Asuma was annoyed with him? Like, nothing. There was no growth. It was just the opposite of growth. Asuma learned a lot the more he spends with Matsuda. When I finally complained aloud, Matsuda stopped in his tracks and turned slowly back to face me. Oh no. I stopped too and looked him in the eye.
なんでついてきてるんだ。
Oh no. Something throbbed beneath his words. Something I wasn't used to. He was angry. At what? At me?
なんでって。
I stumbled over my words as Matsuda steadily advanced on me. Grass rustled dryly and dead leaves cracked beneath his feet.
お前と一緒にいようと思ったから。
俺は信用できるやつと一緒にいろって指示したはずだけどな。信用できるか？俺。
Oh, sorry. A twig snapped. Somewhere in the distance, a bird cried.
してねえ時もあった。
だろうな。これで信用できるとか言い出したら、お前相当なアホ。
でも。
I cut him off. Anger was starting to boil in my stomach.
信用してえと思ってるんだよ。アホでも何でもいい。好きに言えよ。すべてをなかったことにはできねえけど、今まで起きた悪いことの全部がお前のせいだとは思ってね。
He stopped directly in front of me, his broad build towering over
手
me.
放しに信用する気はねえよ。やってもらいたいことはある。
Earn? What do you mean? Now Azuma's in control? What is this? Matsuda let out a huge sigh.
お前は何にも分かっちゃいねえわ。
I mean, honestly, you deserve this, Azuma. You're so dumb. Why would you? My vision juddered and my breath was cut off as his right hand snapped up the clamp around my throat.
今回は避けねえんだな。
In contrast to the force of his grip, his eyes are placid.
まあ、それはいい。なんでかばった？
Cover for him? Did he mean back in the square? I didn't cover for him. I didn't think he did it, so I said so. That was all there was to it. Plus, I was pissed the hell off.
お前が違うって言わねえなら、俺が言ったって構わねえだろう。
それが余計な世話だっつってんだよ。
His fingers dug into my carotid artery and the world began to spin around me.
俺のために何かしようとしてくれるのはありがてえけど、そういうのいいから。俺が全部悪いので問題ねえから、信用もしねえでいいよ。そういうのめんどくせえんだよ。もう、俺は自由にやりてえのわかる？
めんどくせえって。
I was forced back a step. I scrabbled at his hands with both of mine, but it remained clamped firmly on my throat with seemingly superhuman strength.
言葉まんまの意味。
Oh my god, this is scary.
わかんねえから。聞いたんだよ。
お前らの気持ちなんかどうでもいい、そういう意味だわ。
Oh my god.
は？もしかしてあれか？元の俺に戻ってほしくてかばったりなんだりして頑張ってんのか？だとしたら無駄よ。これが元々の俺ですから。
Yeah! Feeling something hard beneath me, I realized I'd been backed up against a tree. Oh no, is this a skip scene?
お前は勘違いしてるっつったろ。こっちが本当の俺なの。殴るのが大好きで、俺の言うこと聞かねえやつが大嫌いでな。
Azuma?
何でも力ずくで解決しちまえばいいじゃねえかと思ってるのが俺なんだわな。
I'm scared. Abruptly, he pulled his hand away, and I lapsed into a coughing fit as air suddenly rushed into my lungs. Oh my god. His voice dripped with derision.
わかんねえよ。何言ってっか全然。わかんねえ。
お前んちの隣にはどんなやつが住んでる？
Matsuda tilted his head at me quizzically. In one swift motion, he closed the gap between us again and leaned down over me. Next door to me? I vaguely recalled the face of a desk jockey in his mid-30s. A desk? You mean a disc or jockey, right? We weren't friends or anything, but he'd say hi back when I greeted him. You can... I can fix him. I can fix him as if was found in a ditch.
どうしてお前はお前の隣人がまともな人間だって信じられるんだよ。
You go inside their house uninvited and find out what the basement is.
お前の友達や後輩だって、お前のいねえとこじゃ別人かもしんねえのに。
I instinctively flinched away, like I'd done when he tried to clap me on the shoulder. But with a tree at my back, there was nowhere to go.
お前はやっぱり勘違いしたまんまだよ。
Oh my god. What? What is... What? My ears! What what is happening? What was that? I thought we just what? Wait, I can't censor that. What? Wait, why did you sing? What do you mean yes? What do you mean yes? Wait, what? What the hell just happened? What do you mean what? Wait, what? I wasn't expecting that. That was a jump scare. It literally woke me up. What? He came at me like a snapping turtle. His sleeve sailing over mine. I clenched my fist, forcing myself not to push him away. I still hadn't said what I wanted to say. No, no, what do you mean? No, I'm not gonna play it out while I'm gonna talk. Same as what happened with Clear. No. I don't like this noise. He caught my lips within his, sucking at them in a way that felt almost mocking as I fought back shudders. Oh my! Why did they kiss in the first place? No, not my yours. No, no. Is that it? And then Takara appears, releasing my lips. Releasing my lips. He took a half step back and recorded me.
だからついてこなきゃよかったのに。
Every fiber of my being wanted to run, but I forced my feet to remain firmly planted in place. Letting out a steady breath, I fixed my eyes on Matsuda. It was time he listened to me for a change.
謝れよ。は？
Matsuda fisted his hand in my collar and yanked me toward him. What is... I heard my teeth. I can't speak. I heard my teeth clack together and Matsuda's gasp. It probably hurt him. It hurt me too. But I slammed my face forward enough with... But I slammed my face forward with enough force to smash against his.
謝れ。
I was pissed off. At his actions, at everyone else's behavior, at the situation, at myself.
殴ってごめんなさいって。謝れ。
Something flitted across his eyes. I didn't know whether it was surprise or distress, and I didn't care. But the next instant, his calm mask settled back onto his face and he murmured dispassionately.
お前、俺の話聞いてた？俺はお前らの気持ちなんてもうどうでも。
聞いてた。
I spat back
聞
angrily.
いてたし、そんなことは100も承知だし。人間が裏で何をしてるかなんて分かったもんじゃねえよ。何を考えてて、どんな人間で、本当はどんなことがしてえのかとかさ、付き合いの長さに関わらずさ、一生わかんねえまんまかもしれねえよな。
Take me, for example. I put on this happy-go-lucky act while inside I wish everyone on the planet would just die. I hated my life, hated other people, hated this whole entire world.
お前さ、いじけてるんだろ。みんなに好かれて頼りになる自分が否定されたから、ああもういいやってなったんだろ。みんなのことどうでもよくなったから、やっとずっと我慢してたやりたいことをやり始めたんだよな。
Oh my god.
でもそれとこれとは話が別だ。俺にひどいことしたの 謝れ。
Kiss again. No, not kiss again. I couldn't quell the faint, flickering hope that he would.
お断りだね。
Oh my god. Anger surged in me and I automatically reached out, but my hands stilled when I heard Matsuda's next words.
好きだから謝んね。
What? What? What are you... What are you talking about? The hell did he say? As I stared at him in confusion, Matsuda repeated himself.
お前のことが好きだから謝る気はねえっつったんだ。
He slowly pulled away from me as I gaped at him. After a beat, I managed to get a strangled question out, but Matsuda just stood there stone-faced.
好きって何？
Azuma, he's distracting you! No, get angry! That was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard. Whether he was talking about friendship or romantic feelings, you didn't do that to someone you loved. When you love someone, you didn't freaking assault them. That was crazy.
そのままの意味。お前が好きだよ。
好きならあんなことしねえんじゃねえのかよ。
お前の隣人だって本当は頭がおかしいんだぜきっと。
With that, he slipped. What was that? I didn't get to read that, sorry. With that, he slipped past me and strode ahead, the grass crunching beneath his feet. I remained rooted to the spot, leaning against the tree, unable to move. Anger still burned inside me. I still wanted that apology, and I had absolutely no intention of letting his words affect me. There was so much I wanted to say to him, so much I wanted to ask him, and yet... I stayed where I was because I didn't want him to see the way my face flamed. You're definitely blushing or something. I sent a curse in the general direction of his receding footsteps. Somewhere in a corner of my mind, I wondered whether he'd turn back. This is like way worse than Mitsugi's route. Like, we hate Mitsugi, and here it's... You know, this route is... No, that... I don't even know. 4 days later, though I'd seen Matsuda whenever his rations were handed out, we hadn't talked since that day. I wasn't sure he was purposely avoiding me, or if it was just an issue of timing. Even if I'd wanted to Even if I'd wanted to talk to him, he made it impossible by going back to hold himself up in a bunker immediately after distributing rations. And there was another issue keeping us from conversation. Our situation on the island was becoming ever more urgent. More urgent? Wonder what's gonna happen. In my hand was a single one of the apple-like fruits, its skin pale and withered. I also had a few tendrils of seaweed secured with a rubber band and a fillet of fish. That was it. I looked around to see that everyone else had pretty much the same, though Blonde Bastard had 2 extra hardtack crackers. And all Ochimura had was a seaweed, with no fruit or fish in sight. I heard Shimada complaining that Ochimura barely did any work, so it made sense. He didn't seem bothered. In fact, he was smirking. His smile was nauseating.
配給は以上だ。何か言いたいこと、報告したいことは。
Okay, good night, Zia. Matsuda looked around at each of us, confirming no one had anything to say, then picked up the empty container.
船はそろそろ完成だが、なるべく急いでくれ。食料はもうかなり切迫してる。島自体に取れるもんがもうほとんど残ってねえからな。
わってるっつーの。
じゃ解散。
With that, Matsuda disappeared into the forest without a backward glance. Mitsuki too made a beeline back to his own cabin. I hadn't heard of Matsuda being violent toward anyone since that initial incident. Everyone had learned their lesson. So long as they went along with what he wanted, Matsuda would remain peaceful. I stared at the shriveled piece of fish in its plastic bag, vaguely thinking about how it must have been caught by Matsuda.
なあ、宝。
何？
今日は切り身がいいな、俺。
Why are you smirking, Uchimura? I don't know why. Of course, the shooter was trying to force other people to give him food. Again. Clearly, he thought he could get away with doing no work, and therefore receiving no rations, because he figured he could just get some kind soul to share their portion with him. He was taking advantage of everyone else's kindness.
まあ、お前にはそのリンゴらしきものがあるからいいじゃん。切り身だけで手を打ってやるし。
What? No, Takara, don't give him any.
内村さんはもうちょっときちんと働いた方がいいんじゃない？
Let's bury the seaweed head in the ocean.
毎回誰かからご飯を分けてもらうのってどうかなって思うよね。みんな
Yeah, and
お腹を空かせてるのは一緒なんだし。
yeah, and they're working much harder.
それにもらってばっかりだとさすがに気まずくなっちゃうしね。
She might have prompted him, but Uchimura just kept grinning that sickening grin, his eyes shining brightly. Oh my god, it's so angry now. I was fast running out of patience too. I had to speak up to shut this down. But before I could, Takara finally looked up from where his gaze had been fixed on the ground.
ずっと考えてたけど。
Oh, what is it, Takara? We're gonna finally, it's gonna kill him? I think we should kill him. Takara is the next one that's gonna go crazy.
もうあんたには何も渡す気ないよ。
Thank you, Takara! Yes!
俺のことは当てにしないで。自分で何とかして。
Yes! Oh my god. I could see a vein pulsing at Uchimura's temple. A day or two on an empty stomach was one thing, but living so long with constant hunger gnawing at us had shortened all our fuses. By the time my brain realized that this was only gonna escalate, Uchimura had already grabbed a hold of Takara.
あのな、別にお願いしてるわけじゃねえんだ。よこせよって言ってんだ。これは命令なんだって。
命令？従う必要はないよね。
おい、そこまでにしとけよ、内村。みんな腹減って聞いたってんだよ。宝に手出したらただじゃおかねえからな。
While I really didn't want to get into a physical fight, I also couldn't just stand by and let him walk all over Takara.
内村さん、今すぐやめてください。不本意ですが、力ずくで対応しなければならなくなります。
Lock him up next to Matsuda.
ね、気持ちもわかるけどさ、仕事を頑張ればそれで済む話なのに。
Uchimura clicked his tongue at the three of us. Then, oh, he released his grip on Takara's collar and swiped the plastic bag from his hand. Takara stumbled back and landed on his ass, staring up at Uchimura in disbelief. What? Don't do that to poor Takara!
おい、てめえ!
Apparently, Uchimura would rather steal than work. Someone had to put a stop to this. Matsuda! Tossing my own bag aside, I lunged for Uchimura. But with a bark of laughter, the bastard dove into the nearby undergrowth. It was like he'd planned it from the start.
お待てよこら島田さん本郷さん宝のこと頼むわ
I took off into the forest after Uchimura, but my city-bred legs were no match for his. Although it was slow going for both of us, the gap between us steadily opened. He'd said he liked camping, so he's probably used to hiking trails like this.
泥棒野郎待てっつってんだろ
I yelled toward his back, but of course he didn't turn around. Just call your boyfriend already, Azuma! Gradually, I slowed and then came to a stop. I could no longer see Uchimura or even hear his footsteps. He disappeared into the forest like a ghost.
くそ
Fuming at my own powerlessness, I turned and went back the way I came. I felt awful for Takara. I'd run off like I was going to be a hero, yet here I was, slinking back empty-handed.
ウサギになりて
They were fast, and they could live on a diet of grass alone. If I could turn into anything right now, I'd pick a rabbit. As these silly thoughts played out in my mind, the square came into sight between the trees.
ご飯ご飯
That was kind of crazy. Was that Takara? Huh?
Hmm?
Huh? Takara, what are you doing?
この声
What is it? Wait, that was
宝がなんか叫
scary.
んでんのか
What? Drawn on by the deranged shouts, I stepped out of the trees into the square.
なんで内村を追いかけてくれなかったのあいつを追いかけてよそうじゃなきゃ本郷さんのご飯ちょうだいよ
I knew it! I knew he goes crazy without his food, guys. I'm telling you, he's crazy. He's hangry right now. Poor Takara's hangry.
いえ、ですから宝さんが怪我をしていないかとそちらが気になって。
そんなの言い訳でしょ東は追いかけてくれたのに
Oh my god! His voice!
俺だって腹減ってんだよ昨日だって俺が一番多く内村にご飯あげたよ
What? My mouth literally dropped. What? When is...
本郷さんも島田さんも少ししかあげてなかったじゃんなんで俺だけ損するのしかも今だって内村にご飯取られたの俺なんだよ本郷さんと島田さんのご飯俺によこせよ
I'm scared to
だからさ全部は無理だけど分けてあげるって
No, don't go crazy. I don't want the cat to be like that.
だから昨日俺が損した分もよこせって言ってんだってば
Oh my god! The girl, stop screaming! I stared at the group in amazement. Stared by the wind. A dry leaf that had been caught in my hair fluttered down to the ground.
何どうしたの
Though I'd come up right beside him, the carrot didn't seem to notice me until I spoke.
東あいつは内村は追いつけた俺のご飯はどうなった
What is happening with Takara?
あいやその
Oh no, that's not good.
すまん見失った
Uh-oh. Takara's eyes were shining with expectation. I felt guilty as hell. I scratched the back of my head as I reported back belatedly. For a split second, Takara seemed to run his eyes over my body. Well,
そうしょうがないよね内村さんなんだかんだで足が速そうだし
I'm scared what's gonna be his route, everyone.
うんすまんところで一体何の騒ぎだよ
Guys, I'm telling you, Takara's ruined it. I'm scared. I don't know. At least we tried. He's not mad at us. Yeah, he's not mad at us. So why are we scared? I don't know why I'm so scared right now.
ご飯の分配の話。誰も損しないように分配しようって話してるの。
But it's only just Takara just like becomes nice to us. He can go whatever he wants at other people, but not us.
東は昨日俺と同じ分だけ内村にご飯分けてあげたもんね。部屋に戻っててよ。東の分は俺と二人で半分こにすれば平等になるもんね。
Takara's eyes gleamed just like Uchimura's had done earlier. I glanced at Shimada and Hongo, but they were both as still as statues, their faces stony.
東、いいから部屋に戻っててよ。俺は二人と少し話がしたいから。
Even Takara's going crazy.
いや、でもだな。
いえ、東さんは先に戻っていてください。私たちは少々宝さんと話し合わなければいけませんので。
Oh my god.
了解。
They were treating me like an outsider. Was that why I'd been singled out to split my rations with Takara? Oh my god. Wait a minute. Sorry, one. I looked around for the bag I tossed aside when I chased after Chimura, but it wasn't where I thought I dropped it. Perhaps I threw it with such force that it drifted off somewhere, or someone had already picked it up. I looked at Takara, then at Shimada, and Hongo. And that was when it hit me. I understood the look that Takara had given me, the way his eyes had roved over my whole body. It was about the food. He was looking to see whether I'd brought it back, and he was checking me over to see if I was trying to hide it. A chill ran down my spine. Takara hadn't been like this before. Or had he? I mean, oh my god, are we starting to learn from Matsuda that we shouldn't trust? Oh my god, is that the game? Is that the game? Is that the point of this game? Is to not trust everyone? Like, ooh, like they're gonna be all nice, but no, they're all jerks. Is that it? Have we learned what the point of this game is? Is that we shouldn't trust anyone? Because they're hiding something? They're psychos? Like, we met Mitsugi, who's always been a jerk. We met Matsuda, which was wrong. What's next with Takara? Oh my god. Oh, maybe my neighbor was a psycho. Oh no. Hunger was blunting our brains, hindering our ability to make logical decisions. It was making us crazy. That included me. I was hungry as hell. Or maybe I was the only one not thinking straight. Whatever the case, things were real fucked up. I looked everywhere for the bag of food, and in the end, I found it in a clump of dense grass. Swiping it up, I hurried back toward my cabin. From behind me, I could hear the other three in discussion, but I wasn't inclined to turn back and look.
Yo, Kusogaki.
What is it? Mitsugi? When I finally got back to the cabins, I noticed that Mitsugi's door was open. Looking in the direction of his voice, I saw him crouching just inside the doorway.
破綻したな。
なあ。
遅かれ早かれ、船が出来上がる前にこういう日が来るんじゃねえかと思ってたわ。
Yeah. Yeah, everyone is going crazy.
見てたのか。
Of course, we literally heard like Takara's voice from afar.
あのチビがギャンギャン騒ぐ声が聞こえたもんで
That midget screaming. Mitsuki's forearms rested casually on his knees. Now he lifted one to prop his chin in his hand.
ま、俺は俺の仕事を早く済ませるだけだ。てめえもま、頑張れよ。
Mitsuki, the more we play this game, the more I really like Mitsuki. Like, I hate it, but like, he might be the only good person here. I never expected to receive encouragement from Mitsuki of all people, though it hadn't been the most ringing endorsement.
戸締まりだけは忘れんなよ。
With that, he stood up and shut his own door. Just don't forget to lock your door. I knew what remained unsaid behind those words. Lock it, or someone's gonna come sneaking in to steal your food. Well, unfortunately, he lives in Takara's cabin. So Takara might go crazy and ask like, hey, since, you've been living in my cabin, could I get some of your food? I placed the plastic bag on the table, removed the food from it, and cut into it. Then I took half the food along with a flashlight and headed outside again. Things were only gonna get worse. I could feel it. Was there anything I could do? Any force I could leverage? There was one. Matsuda.
松田に配給をもう少し増やしてもらえるように頼めれば。
Takara was still in conversation with the others, though he was no longer raging and screaming. It didn't look friendly. I was going to tell him that I was heading out, but I changed my mind. Chewing on my half of the apple-like fruit, I headed into the forest. I wanted to talk to Matsuda directly. The sun had set by the time I reached the bunker. My flashlight beam picked out the edges of the door. I gnawed the fruit right down to its core, which I now tossed aside.
松田
I called out to him from my side of the door, but there was no response. I knocked, but again, no response.
こっからじゃ聞こえねえか。
Maybe he was asleep, in which case I'd have to wake him.
松田寝てんのか？ちょっと用があんだけど起きてくんね。
I yelled and pounded on the door, but only silence answered.
どっかに出かけてんのか？
Maybe he'd stepped out to take a piss or gone to bathe in the river? Whatever the case, I still wanted to do this as soon as possible. Feeling around at the door, my hand encountered the padlock, so he had gone out somewhere. If he were in the bunker, it'd be locked from the inside. With little other recourse, I sat down cross-legged on the ground and turned off the flashlight to preserve its battery. I just have to wait until he got back.
腹減ったな。
Half a piece of wizened fruit was hardly enough to fill me up. Rubbing my hollow stomach, I closed my eyes. Okay. My eyes snapped open again when I sensed a presence beside me. I must have fallen asleep. In the darkness and without a watch, it was impossible to tell how much time had passed. I picked the flashlight from atop my knee and switched it on. Oh my god!
おはようさん。
That was scary, Matsuda! Matsuda's face floated out of the darkness. He was crouching right beside where I sat.
何やってんだこんなとこで。帰ってきたらお前が寝てて、一瞬座敷わらしか何かかと思った。
Okay.
お前を待ってたに決まってんだろ。
I love this music. Ding, ding. I really like the music that they have here. Ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Right? As I'm about to have to do some extra work to get more rations. Oh. Don't worry, everyone.
どこ行ってたんだよ。
Just doing some weird, suspicious typing sounds.
野暮用だ。
野暮用って
What errand? Killing people? Just then, I heard a soft splash from somewhere near Matsuda's feet. I directed the flashlight downward. In its beam, I saw a blue bucket along with a fishing rod and tackle box. The bucket was filled with water, and within it swam 2 tiny fish. So that was it. I'm not searching for the skipped scenes. You know how tight we are for OK Summer? Things aren't even ready yet. I'm literally being edged right now. Well, I didn't know the exact time. It was clearly the middle of the night, and it's still been out there looking for food. They looked to be the same kind of fish as we received from our rations earlier.
お疲れさんです。
お、
Fucking Matsuda. I was still angry at him for what he did. I still didn't fully trust him. But at the same time...
ありがとうな。
Aw. Go kiss already, like what you did earlier. He was out there doing this not for himself, but so that the rest of us could eat. And that was really something.
何のことだか。
I respected him. I truly did.
で、お前は何しにここに来た？こんな夜中に待ち伏せするぐらいだ。大事な話でもあるんだろ。
うん、まあ。
I clenched my abs to stop my stomach from growling as I spoke.
直球で言うけど、配給もっと増やせねえ。
無理だな。
His shutdown was so quick and blaze, I couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Don't you hate this guy? Why would he even laugh?
どうしてとかねえのかよ。なんかでっけえ理由があって言ってるんだったらどうすんだよ。
理由があってもなくても同じだな。ねえもんはやれない。
ねえの？
Huh?
少しも？
夜中にこっそり釣りしに行くくらいには。
Oh no. I was lost for words. I didn't feel like we could have eaten that much. Not when we were all dizzy with hunger every single day.
成果性にしてんじゃねえか。それって備蓄をより持たせるように取り決めたんだろ。
まあな。でも食わねえわけにはいかねえ。内村みてえなのには与える必要ねえと思ってるが、それで餓死したらめんどくせえし。飯はどうやったって減っていく。同じくらい集められなきゃどんどんマイナスだ。
Maybe there's berries, you know, we could cook? Maybe some carrots we can find? You know? Maybe try to plant? Now I'm just thinking about all stuff together. Logically, I knew that was the case, but it was still a shock to the system to have it spelled out to me like this. I'd planned out to say that we had to increase the rations to keep people sane, but how could I argue that now? Matsuda seemed to interpret my silence as something else as he suddenly got to his feet.
見るか、貯蔵庫がどんな状況か。
うん。
Oh no, Azuma, you're gonna get stuck there again. Matsuda took the key from his pocket and unlocked the padlock, then motioned me inside with his chin. Rubbing my ass, with had gone numb from sitting the same position for so long, I stepped into the bunker. I saw the bed I'd helped him carry over there, the containers stacked around the room, and Matsuda's personal items scattered over the floor. A flashback to what happened the last time I was here forced its way into my brain, but I shook my head to get rid of it. I had looked into each of the boxes and containers Matsuda indicated. Each was either empty and contained a pitifully small heap of seaweed or edible plants. I was sure there'd been more when I last looked, but it was beyond stupid to ask where it had all gone. The answer was obvious. We'd eaten it.
貯蔵庫の番してるお前が少しくらいはちょろまかしたりしたんじゃねえのかって。 聞かねえんだ。
その可能性はある。証明できねえから。でも俺は疑いたくねえし、お前をそういう人間とも思いたくねえ。内村と一緒にすんな。
We both laughed into silence. There was nothing more to say.
宝の様子がおかしいんだよ。
He's so hungry.
腹減ってもうわけわかんなくなってんのかも。
Give the carrot some Snickers, please.
それで配給増やせねえか聞きに来たんだけど、心配だからもう帰る。
Just don't tell this news to Takara or else he will start resorting to violence. Matsuda nodded and made no move to stop me. When I reached the door, I turned back to look at him.
俺のこと好きってマジ？
Why? If he means it, do you not hate him anymore? After all the scary things that he did to you?
なんだ、気にしてたのか。
そりゃするよ。普通するだろ。
相手が頭のおかしいやつでも気になるんだな。
そりゃ。
After all the beating and skip scene, yeah.
東ってウブなとこあるよな。
うるせえな。
そう邪険にすんな。可愛いっつってんだ。
Oh my god.
褒め言葉になってねえんだよ。
Asuma swings around. No, I'm not cute.
褒めてるつもりだぜ。お前は可愛い。
Oh. Slowly, Matsuda came toward me until he was right in front of me, his face leaning in close to mine. Every instinct told me to run, but I tensed my legs and forced myself to remain in place. Having a deep sigh, I turned on my heel. I could feel Matsuda's gaze boring into my
お
back.
やすみ。
おう、おやすみ。
As I walked back, I thought about how nothing had been resolved. There was still no food. Takara was still losing it. Matsuda was still violent. The boat was still nearing completion. I hadn't felt this way since I was a child, but I was afraid to see what the next day would bring. When I was little, I never wanted the next day to dawn. Sometimes I'd stay awake all night long imagining that so long as I didn't sleep, there couldn't be a tomorrow. Yet tomorrow would always come. It comes for everyone, relentlessly, no matter how hard we try to deny it. Back at the cabin, I looked around. Takara was sleeping peacefully in the bed. I had a lot of questions. How had his conversations with the others gone? How were Shimada and Ko doing? Had Uchimura come back? But I didn't want to wake him. Besides, if he was asleep, it probably meant nothing major had gone down. Feeling a slight sense of relief, I looked over at the table. Did he eat it? The plastic bag was empty. Oh my god, Takara, you gluttony bastard! A few fish bones and a skinny apple core were all that remained scattered on the tabletop. Wow. I mean, wait a minute. No. They're supposed to be sharing, right? Next morning, Takara's bed was empty and the table had been cleared. He must have ate it out before I awoke. I drank some hot water to try to trick my stomach into thinking it was full and then set out to meet with the others in the food gathering group. Wait, the core is food too? No. Really? My head spun as I stepped out into the sunlight. The lack of nutrition was really starting to affect me. I was gonna be late, but my body was too lethargic to go any faster. Hopefully they'd let me off the hook. Matsuda was already in the square, and he looked around as I approached.
宝はどうした？ 一緒じゃねえのか？
Wait, Takara's gone?
俺より早く起きてどっかに出かけたみてえだけど。
I think he's still hangry.
へえ、珍しいな。
I plonked myself down on the bench, stretched my legs out, and looked up at the sky. The clouds looked like fluffy bread rolls. God, they look tasty. Matsuda came and sat down beside me. He's gonna be hunting Uchimura. Yeah, for that piece of, like, what, fish? His line about my neighbor being a psycho came back to me, suddenly feeling very relevant. I knew we didn't have time to sit around, but we stayed there anyway, waiting for Takara to show up. Where's Takara?
おい松田クソガキ
In the end, it wasn't Takara who broke us out of our reverie, but Mitsugi. Sluggishly, I leaned forward and looked up into his resting bitch face.
なんだどうした？船が完成したとかそういう報告なら大歓迎なんだがな。
残念だがちげえな
Huh?
島田と内村がいね
Where's Hongo? What?
Huh?
Shimada? Huh? Mitsugi spared me an annoyed glance, then folded his arms. Huh?
えいつもならとっくに仕事を始めてる時間だなのに今日に限って二人とも来ねえ本郷もいつも朝一で挨拶に来るんだけどな不審に思って今さっきログハウスを覗いてきた
Takara works fast as long as he's hangry.
誰もいなかったよ部屋に
実は宝もいなくなってんだ。散歩だろうなって思ってたとこだったんだけど。
チビもかよ
Midget.
マジか頭痛えわどうしようもねえな
今日はいまいち静かだなと思ってたんだよな。全員でどこに行ったんだ？
When I glanced at Matsuda, I noticed the corners of his lips curling upward slightly, as though he found this funny. Mitsuki looked lethargically up at the sky. Neither of them seemed particularly worried.
つか、お前らなんでそんなにのんびりしてんだよ。探さねえと。仕事だってあん。
仕事どころじゃねえんだよも
こっちのことは俺がやる。水着は船を優先しろ。
う言われなくてもそうする人手が足りねえのは痛えけどな
Well, why don't you go work with Mitsugi for now, Azuma?
型がついたら俺と東も手伝わせてもらう。それでどうだ？
上出来
Azuma and Mitsugi seemed to have come to some kind of unspoken conclusion. What was their deal?
おい、お前らだけで話を進めるんじゃねえよ。俺も混ぜろ。何の話してやがる。
What? Are you jealous, Azuma? Ooh.
説明は松田がしろ俺はもう行く
Mitsuki strode off, though not before throwing me a contemptuous look. Matsuda stood up, then abruptly began to stretch, circling his arms and extending his legs. He has the kind of body guys would kill for, gorgeously sculpted with ridges and planes of muscle. Huh? Was he warming up before we started out for the day? How did he even get this ripped anyway? What? Did he go to the gym? Weightlift? Shit, I was getting distracted. Okay, what? Suddenly the gayness gets to you?
つかさっきの話、一体何なんだよ。自分たちだけで完結してるんじゃねえよ。
Of course he's buff. Didn't we see that with the other killings?
東は宝と同室だったよな。昨日宝に変わったことはなかったか？
Yeah, definitely. Like super weird.
あったけど。本当は昨日貯蔵庫に直談判しに行った時に話そうと思ってた。
今でいい。詳しく話せ。
分かったけど、ちゃんと理由は教えろよ。
I walked Matsuda through what had happened the day before. I told him everything, including how Takara's behavior was the reason behind my asking him to increase our rations. Matsuda listened in silence, occasionally casting his gaze downward with a melancholic look on his face. When he finished, he let out a long sigh.
他には気になったことあるか？
I racked my brain, but I didn't think I noticed anything strange. No, wait. Come to think of it, there was something.
昨日宝が言ってた。東の配給は俺と半分こにして食おうって。
And Matsuda is worse than a noise. A Matsuda.
だから俺もあのリンゴみたいなやつ半分だけ持ってったんだよ。歩きながら食うつもりで。残りの魚とかは 宝が半分にしてくれてるだろうと思って。けど貯蔵庫から帰ってきたら
Wow.
残りの飯は全部食われてた。
Takara is so evil, guys. Come on, Takara is hangry.
半分こになってなかった。
なるほどな。
Matsuda stretched his arms out and grinned, looking refreshed.
相当腹減ってたんだろうな。貯蔵庫に行くぞ。多分宝たちはそこにいる。
But Takara? Finished with his stretches, Matsuda extended a hand to help me out.
わかった。
I took hold of his big, calloused hand. Now he's really like a dad, like we're just telling him what happened. And it's like, okay, let's go. Matsuda came to a stop as we reached the entrance to the abandoned village, then turned back to me and put his finger to his lips.
何？
Then I heard what Matsuda must have. Footsteps coming toward us through the long grass. Who was it? I held my breath, squinting into the dense fronds. Then
お前ら
Uchimura?
お
What? Uchimura's head popped out. Why are you so scared now? You can't stand the hangry Takara? Uchimura's head popped out of the grass that stood almost as tall as us. He was covered in mud, and his face was contorted into a tearful grimace.
助かった
What is it?
お前一人か。他の連中はどうしたよ。
あんな連中のことなんか知らねえよ
What is it?
とにかく早くこの島から出ようぜ
He seemed scared out of his mind, and it wasn't hard to imagine why.
落ち着けよ。3人に会ったの
What
か。
is that? I'm scared. I'm scared. What about what you're about to say?
ああ
His mouth twisted.
昨日あのチビの食い物をかっぱらってその辺で適当に食ってその後ログハウスに戻った時にあった。
戻る勇気があったことが驚きだわな。
Yeah, he had the balls.
その時は普通にしてるように見えたんだよ。でも違ったんだって。
何が
What
ど
do
う
you
違った？
mean? I'm
簡潔に
scared.
頼むわ。
I feel like I know what's gonna happen. I feel like I know what you're gonna say. What is it?
話し合いをしてるみてえだったからこっそり部屋に戻ろうとしたんだ。けど見つかって本郷の野郎がなんかでっけえ斧持ってきてそれで俺を脅して。
Hongo? A big ass axe? A big ass axe? Why would Hongo even have something like that?
薪割り体験用の斧だろ。倉庫の中で見た。薪と一緒に。
ああ、なるほど。
Sure, its existence made sense, but not the fact that Hongo was apparently wielding it.
アッセ貯蔵庫を襲撃するとかなんとか言い出してよ。お前も手伝えって言われてなんかさなんかおっかなくなったんだよ。
Well, what are they gonna raid in the bunker when there's no food in it? Now, what are they gonna do? Hello there, Eden Solis. Everyone's going crazy in this paradise. If you wanna have a quick quick summary, they're stranded in an island. There's no girls. Our main character Asma is getting gay. No more food, no more power, no more electricity, and the boat is still far from completion.
目つきが違えんだよあいつら。目が笑ってねえんだ。今から人でも殺しに行くぞって顔してたんだよ。ついていけねえよ。俺は俺のやりてえようにやるけどだからってあんな気違いみたいな顔した連中とは一緒にいられねえ。
I believe Uchimura here. Honestly, Uchimura is like in the neutral now. I hated him, but now he's like in neutral now. Like, I'm fine with him now. Finished with his account, Uchimura hung his head and lapsed into silence. Matsuda stared down the crown of his head for a long moment.
最後にはあんただけがまともだったってのは随分皮肉だよな。
Yeah.
内村さん、あんたは水着のとこにでもいな。せめて船作りを手伝って早く脱出できるようにしといて。東もな、ここから先はお前の自由だ。水着のとこにいた方がまだ安全だと思うぜ。
あ、
Matsuda was already striding away.
乗りかかった船だろ。
Suppressing the hysterical urge to voice my pun, I followed after him. From behind us, I heard Uchimura run off in the opposite direction. Okay. The door to the bunker stood open. The padlock lay on the ground alongside the latch, bent at an angle. It looked like someone had used great force, possibly the aforementioned axe, to smash the whole thing off. We slowly descended the stairs, taking care to make as little noise as possible. Scuffling sounds floated up to us from below, occasionally punctuated by voices. At one point, Matsuda paused to listen. Takara's irritated voice rose above the other noises.
ないよ。他には何もない。コンテナも全部空だよ。
Takara's going crazy.
本当にこれだけもっと探さないと。だってこんなちょっとの草と小さな魚が2匹だけっておかしいじゃん。きっとどこかに隠してるんだ。
Poor Takara.
松田が食料を隠してるに違いないんだよ。
Without a word, Matsuda stepped out into the underground space. It was a mess! All the plastic containers and cardboard boxes had been upended, and the blankets stripped off the bed.
何してんだ。家探しとは趣味が悪いな。
ああ、松田さん。お帰りなさい。
Shimada's calm voice was totally at odds. Yeah, that is also weird.
突然お邪魔してしまいましてすみません。
Hongu, too, still maintained his usual politeness.
つか、お前ら何やった。
That is so weird.
松田、ご飯はどこ？隠してるんでしょ？
Only Takara couldn't hide his agitation, his voice echoing high and shrill.
もうとっくに探したんだろう。ねえよ。
おかしいですね。それならどうして私たちに報告がなかったのでしょう。
切迫してるとしか聞いてなかったよ。ないならないというはずじゃないかな。
Well, if you said that, well, you guys would resort to scary things. Honko was dragging the heavy axe with one hand, and Shimada also held some kind of blade. A long, carving knife.
ないと知りゃ奪い合いになると思ったんだ。内村がそんなんだったろう。
失礼だな。俺たちそんな野蛮に見えてた？
You guys were the one who raided Matsuda's bunker.
そんなことはどうでもいいよ。今重要なのはここに食料がないってこと。
どこかに隠したりしましたか？隠したのなら今すぐに出してくださいね。そう。
バカ抜かすな。ここになけりゃどこにもねえよ。
信用なんかできるかよ。
Oh my god, Takara!
ちょ、
As Takara yelled, I finally noticed the small knife clenched in his grip. Even he has a knife. Matsuda regarded the smaller man coolly as he trembled with anger.
そうだよね。信用なんかできないよね。松田さんが食料を独り占めしてるんだよ。隠してるんだよ。そうじゃなきゃいけないんだ。
I am just so confused now. Like, now I definitely trust Matsuda out of all three of them because they're so weird. Like, two of them are acting like politely, yet they just raided a bunker. Takara is just hangry. We get that. But these two, very suspicious.
そうじゃなきゃどこにも食べるものがないってことになっちゃう。みんなお腹が減って死にそうなのに。雑草でも食べたらいいのかな、俺たちは。ねえ松田さん、 正直に
Shimada's detached tone was somehow even worse.
島田さん、気持ちはわかるけど、
東は全然分かってないよ。
The character's voice sounded pained, like it was being wrung out of him.
そうだよね、宝くん。東くんは何も分かっていないんだよね。
You missed them raiding the bunker, this three, Takara, Shimada, and Hongo.
東さんは松田さんと仲がいいですし、松田さんから内緒でこっそり食料をもらっていたんですよね。
Takara was the one who stole food from us as well.
だから松田さんをかばうんですか？
はあ、
俺たちは証拠なく松田さんを疑ったから食べ物を分けてもらえなくなったんだね。
はあ、
それってずるいよ。みんなで平等に分け合うべきだよ。ねえ。
Yeah, Uchimura redeemed himself. He told us that they were raiding the bunker today. What had gotten into them? I thought they were calm, logical people, good people. But as I looked around, their faces seemed to twist and warp into something monstrous and inhuman.
東を煽っても何も出てこねえぞ。
He's still not redeemed. I think he redeemed himself by saying that. Honestly. Come on, that man is still a snake. Okay, yes, he still is, but now we need more people working the boat. And if he was not there, only Mitsugi is working the boat.
松田。
Matsuda's tone was cool and calm.
理性が焼き切れたんだって演技もしねえでいい。
The crazy act?
演技？
Wait, that was an act?
こいつら別に本心で言ってるわけじゃねえ。お前に言ってんのは、お前を煽ってボロが出ねえか確認してるだけ。
は？
Huh? Shimada and Honka remained silent.
もしも俺とお前がグルなら、よりアホな方をつっつけって寸法だ。何か情報を吐いたらめっけもん、大方そんな感じだろう。
He was accusing them of something pretty terrible, and they weren't denying it.
普通に食い物をよこせっつんじゃ松田に拒否される。今まで何度も拒否されてきた。松田は堅くなでイレギュラーを認めない。
Yeah, we all know that Matsuda is stubborn and anal.
松田に話は通じねえ。でもこのままじゃ大変なことになる。餓死する。そう思ったから奪いに来た。でも何もない。収穫もなく帰れねえ。だからこんな大掛かりで芝居がかったことやってんだろ。
そうなんすか。
The silence that stretched through the room was as good as an answer as any. But I still couldn't believe it. How could a mild-mannered Shimada, unassuming Hongo, and sweet cherubic Takara do something like this?
なんだっていいじゃない。もう。
だから。
That was an act? That was just Takara acting hangry? Shimada and Hongo turned back to look at Takara's scrawny figure.
そうだよ。松田が言ってることは正解。だから何？演技でも本当でもいいじゃない。
だからお前。
そんなびっくりした顔しないでよ。俺たちのこと聖人君子だとでも思ってたの？
Looking completely deranged, Takara tilted his head with a wry smile. I'd never seen him like this before. The look on his face was hideous, but what was surprising was how well it suited him.
俺たちはもう我慢できない。
He's evil, guys.
我慢したくないんだ。
Oh my god.
だってもう限界なんだもん。空腹でさ、明日にでも死にそうなんだもん。人の目を気にしてさ、ご飯分けてあげないと、あいつ分けてあげなかったな、最低って目で見られるから、それで自分の取り分減って。夜中に冷や汗出るほど腹減って。 辛くて。
Weeks has passed since we arrived on the island, since this horror began.
でも翌日にはまた食料探ししなきゃでしょ。ご飯取ってこないと造船班が何も食べられなくなるし、だから頑張るけど何の見返りもないし。それにご飯取ってる時がまた辛いの。目の前にあるのに食べられないの。
Stuff had happened between me and Matsuda. Matsuda had gone through his own shit, and now everyone else. And now here we were.
そのご飯は誰か別の人の口に入るの。俺はこんなにお腹空いてるのに。せっかく手に入っても横暴な人に奪われるの。俺は頑張ってるのに。
The system had broken down. They were here to take the food by force.
頑張ったり優しい人を演じたことで被害者になるのはもう嫌なんだよ。
私と島田さんは宝さんが食料を探してくれたからこそ生きていられたんだと感じています。
だからもうここから先は宝くんのやりたいようにさせてあげたいんだよ。
God, everything pissed me off. Life was just one painful or anger-inducing thing after another, on and on.
どうして誰かのために自分が犠牲にならなきゃいけないの？どうして俺ばっかり我慢しなきゃいけないの？
They didn't have an ounce of gratitude for what Matsuda and I had done for them because they were convinced we were doing them dirty. That was what it came down to, right?
だから俺も松田みたいに好き勝手やって美味しい思いできるように。
But Matsuda didn't do anything though. Yeah, that was it. I sprang out from where I'd been standing just behind Matsuda and faced Takara. And then I swung my clenched fist. Oh my god, don't hurt Takara! Takara fell back, knocking boxes aside as he went down. No! Just lock him up instead!
くそ。
He'd pissed me the hell off. And now we were
Takara-kun!
even. Shimada dashed over to Takara while Honko silently hefted the axe.
お前らな。一番我慢してんのは誰だと思ってんだよ。松田だろ。松田が一番全部何もかも背負って我慢して人のためになることやって。
Thank you for following us, Eden.
証拠なんかねえのに疑われて、おめえ着せられて誰にも信じてもらえなくてうやむやにされて、暴力で何とかしようとしたのは俺だって最低だ。でもお前ら知らねえだろ。内村が貯蔵庫の管理するってなった時、あの果物勝手に食ってたの。そんなやつに任しておけねえってのは俺だって同意だよ。クソったね。やり方は最低だったけどもな。そんでも夜中に寝ねえで一人で釣りして足りなくなった分を補充して、目に見えて減ってく食いもん見て一番不安だったのは松田だったのに、誰にも相談できねえで。だってお前ら疑うもんな。松田が飯独り占めしてるんじゃねえかってさ。
I couldn't stop. The words continued to spill from my lips even as my voice went hoarse. Fuck. I couldn't stop my tears from falling either.
松田は確かにおかしくなったように見えただろうな。でもたとえおかしくなったんだとしてもやってることは前と変わってねえぞ。ずっとみんなのために頑張ってた。松田のまんまじゃねえか。 のに。
Unable to bear it any longer, my voice trailed off into sobs. Takara looked up at me expressionlessly. His hand pressed to his cheek where it struck him.
アズマ、もういい。もう全部破綻したんだ。これで終わりだ。
How the hell could I drop it? How could I stand by and let them trample over everything he'd worked himself to the bone to protect? Takara got to his feet with Shimada's help and tilted his head at us.
綺麗事はもううんざりだよ。
Oh my god! Everyone's really going crazy!
俺たちは飢えてる。現状は何一つ変わってないんだ。隠してるなら素直にご飯を出して。
You're not even listening! Oh my god! Lock them up! Lock all these three up! Okay? I swear!
この
Mr. Beast comes out of the blue and congratulates Aaron for finishing the challenge. Nothing I said was getting through to him. I was so frustrated and upset. I raised my fist again.
やめろよ。
アズマ
Matsuda leaped at me and pulled me into his arms.
この
At the same time, Takara swung the knife. What? Matsuda, are you okay? The silver blade arced through my eyeline, scattering the crimson droplets. I realized that Matsuda protected me and that the knife had sliced into his arm instead of my body. Really? You guys still like Takara after this? Face twisted in pain, Matsuda stared at Takara. I mean, it's just intense hungry, right? But his arm was still around me. I felt something warm and wet soaking through my clothes on the left side.
お前
Shimada, who had stood back watching the whole thing, now took a step forward.
ハズマ君は松田さんをとても信じてるみたいな言い方だったけど、俺はそうは思わないんだ。
What?
松田さんに対して不信感があるよ。
What?
だから宝君に協力してる。
Why are you supporting Takara? No!
だってね、本当に食料がないんだとしたら、これからどう工面するつもりだったの？
Shimada, really? Is this a good end or a bad end? I'm scared. His voice was a hoarse whisper.
配れなくなったら、どっちにしろみんなに説明しなきゃいけなくなるよね。それならいつ話したって結果は変わらないのにね。相談もなく食料がなくなったと知れたら困るのは松田さんじゃない。また独り占めだなんだって疑われるんだから。つまり相談がないってことは配れる算段があったってことだ。それってさ、食料はどこかに隠してある。その辺はどうなの、松田さん。
Matsuda remained as still and silent as a statue. His mouth was a thin, hard line, signaling his intent to keep his thoughts to himself.
なんか言えよって。理由があんじゃねえの。
Matsuda?
本格的に嫌われちゃったのかな。俺に話す理由はないってこと？
Teflon Alley, thank you for following us.
じゃあ不本意だけどそう仮定させてもらって話してくれるまでここにいてもらおうかな。
Oh no, they're gonna lock us up. What? This was where Matsuda should present his case, yet he stubbornly chose to maintain his silence.
しれったいはいい加減話しろよ。なんか理由があるんだったら。
嫌だね。
At this flat refusal, Shimada's eyes narrowed fractionally. Hongo, who had been slowly moving toward the door with the axe still raised, stopped dead, his face equally stony.
お前らのこと嫌いだから、何にも話したくねえ。
Takara gaped at him. It was like none of them could believe the words coming out of his mouth.
せいぜい頑張って探せよ。幻の埋蔵金、いや、埋蔵食料をな。
もう
Abruptly, Matsuda released his grip on me. In the sudden absence of my arms around me, I almost fell, and as I twisted around to regain my footing, I saw Matsuda aim a roundhouse kick at Hongu's legs. Oh my god! Coming out from the spin, Matsuda grabbed my arm! As Hongu stumbled, Matsuda rushed past him, pulling me along with him. He dashed at the speed of a fleeing hare.
待って。
追いかけて逃げられちゃう
Oh my god,
待ちな
Takara!
さい。悪いようにはしませんから。
もう十
Where are we
分悪いようにしてるっつうのな。
Matsuda was freaking fast! A scream retched from my throat as the scenery flew past us. He moved with ease, running like the nocturnal creature with a thorough knowledge of the layout even in the dark. Many times I almost slipped and fell, but he kept me upright, dragging me up the stairs and out like a bullet through the entry corridor.
つかうるせえ。場所がバレっから声出すな。それでよし。
The noises were involuntary. I felt like I was riding a roller coaster, but he had a point, so I clamped my mouth shut. Though this was way more tiring than sitting on a roller coaster. Where are we going? On exiting the bunker, we had no time to discuss where to go next, so I set off running again. No point waiting around like sitting ducks for our pursuers. What about Mitsuki? Mitsuki and Uchimura? They had weapons, and by now, I was pretty convinced they weren't just for show. They already cut Matsuda's arm. I could see the bright red blood staining his left sleeve.
どこ行くんだよ
考えてねえわ。
He didn't have a plan? Gasping and panting with exertion, I couldn't manage a retort. As I ran through the gaps between the abandoned buildings, I strained my ears for sounds of pursuit. I could hear Takara's voice in the distance. They were hot on our tail.
こっから離れた方がよくねか例えば島の反対の方とか
I like how Mitsugi really is like, safe in all possible in all possible drama or something in this island because he really is the one that's working the boat. So it's like I don't really care. He's not complaining. He's mean to only one person. He's safe. No one's gonna kill him.
あんまり離れすぎはよくねえな。この島から出るにはどうしても船が必要だ。
Get off the island? Wait, was he for real?
島出るってまだ船できてねえんじゃねえのかよ
完成はしてねえ。でも水につけても沈むってことはねえんじゃねえか。その程度にはできてる。
Are we gonna steal it? Or is this your plan with Mitsugi?
そうなの
This was news to me, but Matsuda was the one who had been checking in on its progress, so I'd take his word for it.
まあ、俺も詳しいことは知らねえし、一か八かってとこだわな。
Sink or swim. Just then, Matsuda's gaze darted off into the darkness. His eyes widened as though he'd spotted something, and he abruptly changed course.
洞窟。ひとまずそこに隠れる。
Okay.
よっと
When are we getting a sync emote? We can't just have copyrighted characters as an emote, guys. That's against Twitch's rule. They didn't take Mitsugi with them. Aiming for the pool of light on the floor formed by the sun rays streaming in through the entrance hole, I jumped down the last few meters of the ladder. Inside this cave, nothing had changed since last time. It was dark, damp, and quiet with a cool breeze blowing in from somewhere.
誰も来てね
Still catching my breath, I look up to watch Matsuda descend the ladder after me. He quickly closed the trap door above him, plunging us into complete darkness. Is that gonna be known for me? Is that the iconic joke about the sink layer? Even though you guys don't know Limbus Company, that's just a meme now in our. That's like everyone should know that now in our channel. The sink layer.
多分な。人影は見えなかった。
Matsuda steadily descended the rungs using only his uninjured arm. Even in one-handed, his movements were smooth and confident. The man was a damn gorilla. But my relief proved momentarily. I heard Matsuda's sharp, pained intake of breath and automatically spread my arms wide to catch him in case he fell.
早く早く。でも落ちんなよ。
わかってるよ。つか大げさな。落ちるかよ。
Matsuda's feet reached solid ground. He shot me an annoyed glance as he brushed past where I stood, my arms still outstretched. Geez, always an aloof act. He constantly worries over other people, yet couldn't stand it when anyone did the same for him. He'd been that way before his transformation, but I felt like it was even more pronounced now. Now that we had a moment to pause, I wiped the sweat from my forehead, then looked back up the shaft with a ladder. It was too dark to really see anything.
バレねえかな。ここに入ったこと。
運頼みだな。内側からじゃ蓋を隠すような偽装もできねえし。
The small hole in the ground outside the main village would be hard to spot unless you were walking along staring down at your feet. But if we'd already found it, someone else could have too.
せめて照らされても俺らがいんのかわかんねえくらいにはこっから離れねえと。
Okay, with that, Matsuda sped off down the tunnel, but without a flashlight or time for my eyes to adjust to the dark, my vision was practically zero. It was great that he wasn't freaking sprinting now, but speed walking while bashing to the walls wasn't ideal either.
おい、もたもたすんな。
いや、お前早すぎ。
Since I couldn't see him, I could only judge his mood from his voice.
待てって。本当にご利用したなてめえはよ。せめて目慣れるまで恐怖はやめようぜ。腕岩肌にこすって変な菌でも入ったらやべえから。
Oh, Luca's worried, Azuma.
洞窟だぞ、カビだぞ。この間はここで生き物は見てねえけど、洞窟っつったらネズミにゴキブリにコウモリだぞ。変な菌にまみれてる連中なんだぞ。
Azuma is so worried. I got no response back. With no other choice, I hurried after him, feeling my way along the wall as I went. He probably wanted to be ready to leap into action the moment he sensed someone behind us. But it was frustrating that even wounded, Matsuda would undoubtedly stand more of a fighting chance than me.
松田、腕見せろよ。
That thought reminded me that I haven't taken a proper look at his injury yet. He'd moved to protect me back then, I was sure of it.
舐めてでもくれんの？
What?
そう
What?
してほしいなら。
Is licking it a good thing? Matsuda turned back and stared at me, eyes wide. It wasn't like I thought my spit could magically disinfect it, but I also wasn't just saying it to get him to show me the wound. Wait a minute, that is a good thing, right? I remember my friend licking my wrist or something because I got a cat scratch on it. I washed it and my friend said, "Okay, let me just lick it." No? Then what was that licking for? After a brief moment in which he stared intently into my face, Matsuda's lips parted.
じゃあ、舐めて。
He casually rolled up his sleeve and brought his arm in front of my face, like he was daring me to do it. His forearm was muscular and well-formed. We don't have time to admire his muscles. Just go and look at the thing. A strong but fickle limb that worked hard for other people, prone to the occasional outburst of violence. An arm I couldn't bring myself to hate. Your friend was gay for you? No. But I was. But what?
Oui.
Without missing a beat, I placed my hand on his arm and guided it toward my face so I could examine it at close range. A long laceration slashed from the outside of his wrist up to his elbow, and his whole forearm shone red with blood. It looked deep too. I grimaced. This had gotta hurt. Are you licking it? I leaned in and ran my tongue from one end of the still bleeding cut to the other. I put my silent gratitude into the action. Ah! Matsuda's arm jerked back as though scalded.
痛かったか
I asked nonchalantly, but I knew that wasn't the reason. He was shocked that I'd actually done what he thought I wouldn't dare. that was definitely a skip, right? Even once our eyes were used to the dark, it was too dangerous to run outright, so we continued on at a speed walk. Several times along the way, I offered to tear strips from my cardigan to staunch the blood flowing from his arm, but Matsuda refused. I felt we'd gone a good distance when Matsuda, who had insisted on guarding our rear, finally stumbled to a halt.
この辺まで来ればまずは大丈夫。
Oh, Matsuda, are you okay? I thought they were in a hurry, yeah.
おい
I saw him stagger into the wall. I quickly strode over to Matsuda and, without giving him an opening to push me away, wrapped his arm around his back. He glared at me as I helped him lower himself into a sitting position. But only pained breathing came from his lips. He allowed me to support his weight.
だから止血した方がいいって。
お前の服破って腕に巻いてもいざって時にほつれて邪魔になるのが困んだよ。
What about my good clothes? No, it's fine! What? I was making feel weird that the worst possible moment could arrive at any time.
俺もお前も綺麗に巻いたりできねえだろう。
My stomach lurched at the way his voice trailed off weakly. Was he talking sense or not? As I cast around for a thread to unravel his argument, Matsuda raised his arm for me to see.
それにもうあんまり血は出てねえ。知って休めば治る。
It did look like the bleeding had slowed, at least. But Matsuda's face was pale and drawn. Fuck, he couldn't die on me. He was gonna be fine, right? I was more worried about the shallowness of Matsuda's breathing than listening out for footsteps in the distance. A knot of anxiety in my stomach, I sat down beside him and alternated looking between Matsuda's face and a dark tunnel behind us. We had no water, no food, and no first aid. If I kept asking Matsuda if he was okay, it just pissed him off. But at the same time, sitting there unable to do anything was torturous.
なんか話せよ。
The ghost of a smile played over Matsuda's lips, and his eyes were closed.
なんでお前肝心なこと言わねえの
That wasn't really a conversation, it was a question.
飯隠してねえなら隠してねえって言えばいいじゃん。食い物はもう全然残ってねえって。相談しなかった理由があるなら話せばいいじゃん。
Yeah, I want to know that too, Matsuda.
やってねえのにやったことにされんの気持ち悪いじゃねえか。違うって言え。
Is it because Matsuda really is hiding?
そこがじれったいし。
And now it wasn't a question, but a rant. Matsuda listened in silence, then spoke slowly.
否定しても無駄だから。
Hmm?
無駄とかやってもいねえうちから決めつけてんじゃねえよ。
それと困ればいいと思ってるから。
は
Huh?
あいつらのこと嫌いだから。重要なことは何一つ知らされねえで、後で困ればいいと思ってるから。
I mean, that's what Matsuda saw through us, honestly, remember? But we got a bond with Matsuda.
はあ
Then I recalled something he'd said earlier.
お前らのこと嫌いだから何にも話したくね
I don't like you. Ooh. So that hadn't been a spur of the moment insult. He'd really mean it.
ってことはなんだ？自分のことを信じてくれなかった復讐のつもりとか。
Did you check, Spender? When you said they actually did? Matsuda grinned and nodded. I suddenly felt drained. So it was all some dumb, childish revenge thing? Upon realizing that there was all to it, I felt as limp as a noodle.
そんな理由でますます自分をピンチに追い込んでたわけ？とんだ頑固者すぎね。
I mean, that is the best possible revenge, honestly. It may still make them think that there's food.
褒め言葉だと思っとく。
The guy was a fucking nightmare. But it fascinated me that he constantly acted in a way I couldn't hope to imitate. The silence buzzed in my ears. I sensed an insect or something fluttering in the air.
三木、大丈夫かな？
平気だろう。あいつがいねえと船が出来上がらない。
Matsuda's voice sounded a little more even than before. Perhaps he was starting to recover his strength.
そうだな。
Confident that the key person we were depending on would be okay, I felt fatigue crash down upon me and I let out a long sigh.
今のうちに松田は少し寝ろよ。怪我してんだから。
なんで俺だけ？お前も一緒に寝ようぜ。
俺寝られねえもん、こんな状況じゃ。
What? Go cuddle in the cave for all I can. There was a rustle of clothing as Matsuda raised his head slightly.
それにお前、夜中に釣りしたりとかして、普段からあんま寝てなかったんじゃないの？
寝られるときは寝てた。
いいからさ。俺も眠くなったら寝るから。少し休んだら海岸行かなきゃなんねんだろ。宝たちと鉢合わせるかもしんねえんだから。少しでも体力戻しとかねえと。
Oh, we were so close together, our shoulders were touching. What? Is that the first time you guys were that close? Because I don't believe that. Without a word, I lightly pushed back against his chest as he tried to lean in. There was a moment of hesitation, but then he pulled back without a fight. I couldn't see his expression behind his bangs falling across his face, but from the tight press of his lips, I sensed that he had accepted my rejection. And a guy like him deserved to be rejected. After all, it wasn't normal to expect someone to open up like a flower to the very person responsible for traumatizing them. Yes! Thank you, Azuma! I craned my neck and peered into his face as he looked down. And then my fingers while tilting Matsuda's face toward my own. What? What? Wait, I thought you're done! Wait, you literally just said that you're rejecting him. I'm glad you What? What do you mean? What is wrong with you, Azuma? I don't like him. I'm glad he knows that I rejected him. That is so cursed. Okay, maybe they didn't earlier since they are now. No! Why is he opening his mouth like that? Why is he having his tongue like that? What is that? No, this is kind of scary. No, where is my where's Temmie? What? Yay, but also what? Yay, but also what? Yay, what? I tilted my head and captured his lips with mine. No! What do you mean Ume is getting... No, I don't want to hear this! I'm not gonna make you guys hear this. My ears. I hate this. I pushed my tongue between his lips, ran it over his teeth, then forced it deeper inside his mouth. No! 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 No, I'm not. Gayism. No, I'm not making you hear this for free. I'm not gonna make you guys enjoy this. Let them be gay in peace. Is this really the time for this? Carry on. At last, I broke the kiss, took both his lips within my teeth and sucked gently, then released them. Huh?
なんだよその顔。
Matsuda was looking at me like I'd sprouted another head.
なんでお前からキスすんの？
したくなったから。
Oh my god. Hey, I subscribe. I pay for this.
謝ってねえのに。
I heard a sound come from deep in Mitsuda's throat. Twisting my body, I pulled back so that our lips were barely touching. Though it was right there in front of me, I could barely make Matsuda out through the darkness. His hot breath escaped through his teeth to caress my throat. Oh my... His hair tickled my cheek. The bulk of his body leaned into me slightly, pressing against my chest and shoulder. His dark, glassy eyes stared at me unblinking. I'm gonna turn my sound off. Oh sure, Void. More like I'm gonna turn my sound up.
それで
That's what you're thinking, right? The tinge of desperation in his husky voice sent shivers across my skin. I knew his question was about where we took this kiss from here, but I was under no obligation to be considerate of his feelings.
それだけだよ。
When I blinked, my eyelashes saccaded across Matsuda's skin.
キスの先は
Unsatisfied with my purposely vague answer, he asked me
謝
directly.
ってねえから。ここで終わりだ。
Wow, Azuma's really taking control here.
俺は謝る気ねえぞ。
あら、離れろよ。
That was when I realized something. Despite our close proximity, I didn't feel any sense of
お前
fear.
こそなんで離れねえの？
His dark eyes followed my movements, as though he didn't want to let a single motion escape his notice. Though I didn't exactly like being ogled at close range, I wasn't gonna shrink back like I once had. Somehow, this exchange between us felt like we'd gone back in time, back to before everything got all fucked up. How was he able to stay calm enough to think this clearly?
東
When he said my name in that way of his voice a low, amused rumble, my eyes narrowed involuntarily. He was so close, I could practically feel the vibrations of his vocal cords, and his voice landed straight through my heart.
やめろ。
But
こんな時に名前呼ぶの？
animal flashed in the crescent moon. There was an urgent edge to his chuckle. Oh, okay. What is that? In his cross-legged position, palms planted in the space between his knees, I saw his shoulders shudder with amusement. We were so close, we were almost overlapping. What is happening? In this moment, and this, I don't know what happened to my throat. In this moment, after seeing other lives struggle to keep going only to be extinguished, I felt one life seeking to connect with one another. Though I'd wish the world would just end, and him right along with it. Maybe I didn't really want that, but it was only the hint of a feeling. I didn't want this bastard getting the wrong impression and thinking I liked him back or anything like that. This guy who fancied himself was some kind of survivalist who was serious, inflexible, conscientious, self-centered, and violent. As though I could ever fall for someone like him. What is that noises? Okay, that was a skip. I was in the world of drowsy slumber, my consciousness drifting free. Usually waking up was a deeply depressing affair for me, but something was different this time. Sluggishly, I sat up. My joints ached, but I felt refreshed, despite having fallen asleep on a hard, uncomfortable floor. But there was no way I was gonna credit Matsuda's presence beside me for that.
一人で脱
Oh
出す
my,
るの
they were literally naked right now. Look at that.
お前は一緒に来ないの
No! Oh my god. At least wear your clothes. You're in a cave. It's cold. And also the germs. Kazuma, you literally said about the germs. Was he really asking me that? There's likely no chance of repairing things in the others. We were out of food. I didn't want to be part of a violent breakdown. I didn't want to die. Of course I was gonna go with him.
行く
I responded, scratching at the bug bites that had sprung up on my ass while I was asleep. One corner of his mouth quirked up in a smile.
それでいい
That was all he had to say about it? Though Matsuda's arm had stopped bleeding, it looked like the cut would easily open up again if he wasn't careful with it. The camera appears and just gets flashed. Yeah, imagine the camera with a flashlight, thinking, aha! And it's like, never mind! And he puts his flashlight in his eyes. Ah! And we went back the way we came, clambered up the rickety ladder, and emerged outside. The sunset was dazzling, the crisp air fresh and delicious. I looked warily around the area, but there was no sign of Takara or the others. Matsuda stared at the sky for a while as it shifted from blue to red, his profile gilded in scarlet light. Oh, now you guys are fully dressed. When he tore his gaze away from the sky to look at me, his expression was grave.
もしかしたら俺は木戸殺しの犯人として逮捕されるかもしんねえ
I had to leave, but I want to see what happens next. Eden, you could watch this VOD later if you want. Or you could watch till the end, because this is the very end. We're close.
俺が殴ったから木戸は死んだのかもしれね
で
え笑えよ少し怖えんだ
Here was Matsuda, the guy who never revealed anything, bearing his true feelings to me. I took a big stride, closing the distance between us. Then I wrapped my left arm around his thick neck, pulling him close until our foreheads touched.
俺が違うって言ってやる何度でもお前のせいじゃねえって言ってやる世界中の人間がお前を犯人だっつっても
I know this is supposed to be romantic, but come on, Azuma, he's mean.
むしろ言うなればそれしかできね
Matsuda huffed out a laugh. I was being serious, damn it!
えでも言ってやるお前じゃねえって言い続けてやるからそれで手を打て
お前すげえ適当なこと言ったんぞ
だってしゃあねえだろ今から俺に警官にでもなれっつうのかよ数十年以上かかるわ
お前勉強できなそうだもんな
Matsuda chuckled, the laughter a low rumble in his throat. I stared him down until at last, still grinning, he wrapped his arms around me, and he held me close in his embrace.
ありがと
Aww.
うお前にしたことを謝る気は一切ねえけど
Why? Why not? Why?
礼は言わせてもらうありがとな
His words sank into the soft, hidden corners of my heart, and somehow I found myself glad to be alive. Pathetic and broken and trauma-laden as I was.
謝れよなんで謝んねんだよ
Honestly, I didn't care about the apology anymore. I felt like if I let my guard down even for a moment, I'd burst into tears, so I used the protest as a distraction.
前にも言ったじゃねえか好きだからだよ
好きなら謝るもんじゃねえの
好きだからこそお前にしたことを恥じたくねえんだ
What? I don't... I'm confused. I mean, people... I don't know if they're explaining Matsuda's expecting that this would be good, like, aw. No, you should be ashamed of yourself. With that, he slowly pulled out of the embrace. As usual, he made no fucking sense to me. Yet at the same time, I felt strangely satisfied. Our hands found one another's and we set off walking. I was filled with a fresh mix of excitement and trepidation, like the feeling you get on the first day of setting out on a trip. We passed through the abandoned village and through the forest. On the way, we stopped by the river. There were buckets and bottles ready and waiting on the riverbank, and we filled them with drinking water. Then we passed through the rows of cabins and came out onto the beach. All the while, I tried to memorize the scenery of this island that I might never see again.
やっほ、二人とも。来るならここだろうなって思ってた。
Oh no, Takara's here. Takara sat on one of the several boats Mitsugi had been working on, waving to us as we approached. There was no one else in sight. Was he the only one lying in wait for us? Is this Takara telling us, are you ready to see my route? You won't. I'm warning you right now to not continue with it. This is good. You don't need to see my side of the story. Takara. We're doing this for you, Takara. Oh no.
三木は内村は
三木はログハウスにいるよ。内村は逃げちゃったからわかんないな。
島田さんと本郷さんは
ご飯を探してるんじゃないかな。
Takara was acting like nothing had happened. Though he was less smiley than before, his voice and demeanor were totally back to normal.
行くの？船完成してないよ。テストもしてないし、もしかしたら途中で沈んじゃうかもしれないって。
This is weird. Why are you back to your usual self?
そうか。忠告どうもな。
本気で本土に帰れるって思ってるの？やけになってるだけじゃないの？
But there was still something odd about the conversation as he scuffed his toe in the sand, looking up at us through his lashes.
なんだよ今さら和解したいってか。
うん。
He frowned and nodded.
俺お腹空きすぎて頭がおかしくなってたみたい。謝るよ。ごめん。もう一度みんなでやり直さない？
I kinda don't believe Takara, to be honest. I'm sorry, Takara. So Takara would apologize, huh? But that thought was interrupted when I saw Matsuda striding toward the smaller man. I was about to try to hold him back from whatever fight he was about to get into until I realized there was no need.
船出すの手伝えよ。だから。
After staring intently into Matsuda's face for a moment, Takara hopped down off the boat.
ほら、東も早くしろ。
Wait, are we... What about the others?
おう。
Wait, what? Wait, are we just leaving them? The three of us pushed the flimsy, half-finished boat down toward the shoreline. I gouged out trail in the sand stretched out behind us as we went. It was hard work, but my nutrient-starved body screamed in protest. It probably would have been easier and faster to set it atop some logs or something and roll it.
どうしても行くの？
ああ。
やり直せない？
Hello there, Modere. Welcome to our stream. How are you doing today? Start over, Takara. What?
内村がどこ行ったかわからんつったな。あれ、嘘だろ。
Oh no. Takara kept pushing the boat in silence, sweat starting out across his forehead. How did he come to that conclusion? I was wondering what I was missing when Matsuda's face split into a grin.
そう真剣に捉えんな。ただの勘だよ。
なんだよそれ。
Takara still had nothing.
まあつまり、俺たちも我慢すんのはやめて、こんな島さっさと出て行きてってだけだ。
He was not ready for. He was probably eaten.
無事に本土に着いたら助けは呼んでやる。それでいいな。
The prow of the boat nosed into the waves. We pushed and pushed, slicing the hull through sand and water. Matsuda told me to get in ahead of him, so I jumped in, knocking over the bottles of water in the bottom. Meanwhile, Matsuda and Takara waited out until they were waist deep in the water, guiding the boat along. And it floated. As Takara returned to the beach without so much as a goodbye, I pulled Matsuda up into the boat with me. For a moment, it seemed like the whole thing was about to capsize, but in a rare instance of luck being on our side, we get away with just taking on a little water. Matsuda slid the oars through the metal fittings and began to row. Takara's figure grew distant. Takara just accepted it! That is weird, right? Isn't that weird that Takara just accepted that? Gradually the shoreline, the trees, the shadowy blobs of the cabins, and the entire island disappeared from view.
カカラたちに攻撃されっかと思ってたけど、全然そんなことなかったな。
どうせ途中で死ぬって思ってるからだろう。
そうかな。
食いぶちを減らせばそれだけ長い間生きられる。船が完成するまで何とかできれば問題なしだ。
確かになんかこう、よくよく見るとこの船必要なパーツがないっつうか。
The boat felt so flimsy, it must have taken a miracle to keep it afloat. Even my untrained eye could tell that this was unfinished.
沈むわ。これ絶対沈むわ。
どっちにしてもあの島にいるよりはマシだ。
What?
沈んだら泳げばいいんだしな。
マジかよ。正気じゃねえなお前。
Crimson ocean extending as far as the eye could see. Light glinting off the distant horizon as the sun sank behind it. Above us, a watercolor blur of red, orange, and yellow clouds. The creak of the oars as they feebly scratched the surface of the water.
なんか面白い話しろ。
Aww. What am I saying? Ah, this was a bad one. Ugh. No, fine. Let's just It's not that bad. Matsuda demanded, and I smiled wryly.
早速飽きてんじゃねえよ。頑張ってこげ。傷が痛むとか疲れたら交代してやっから。
The sound of the waves, the invisible mainland, the rocking of the boat.
三木、大丈夫かな。
Matsuda's expression abruptly soured, and he didn't even attempt to hide the disdain in his
お前
voice.
ちょっと貢ぎのこと気にしすぎじゃねえかあいつなら何とかするだろうよ。
Yeah, Matsuda knows that, yeah, I know you like Mitsugi.
しょうがねえだろ。船作ってくれたのに置いてきぼりにしちまったし。つうか、ジェラ
I smirked back at the surly look he gave me in response. Nothing but bright red water, with no other people, no other boats, not even a seagull in sight. Don't say that yet, Oliver! No, don't say that! Oliver said nothing, guys. The lonely hopelessness of being left behind by the world, the fear of never reaching the mainland.
今、一番何して？
そりゃ時間が許す限り寝ては。
Thank you for following us, Mochi. How are you doing?
俺も。
The island, no longer visible, the fragmented recollections of my life. I faced forward, toward Matsuda. I wouldn't look back again. All I needed to see was right here in front of me.
帰ったら、
ん？
連絡先。
いいよ。
This wasn't the ending where everyone lived happily ever after. We floated, untethered and aimless, in a sea of congelated joy and despair.
それにしても、綺麗だな。
そうね。何にもねえのに綺麗だな。
生き物が初めて生まれた日もきっとこんなんだったかもな。初めて生まれた生き物もこんな気持ちになったのかも。妙に心細くて美しい景色見て感傷的になって、生きててよかったって幸せをかみしめて。けどこの世界が自分の生きてく場所だって知って悲しくなったり嬉しくなったりして。
Worry about what would happen to Matsuda, anxiety about what would happen to me. The string of tragedies probably still unfolding on the island. All these things drifted in and out of my mind, turning my feelings into a whirlpool in my chest.
俺たちだけしかこの世界にいねえみてえに感じて。
And I took each and every unwanted thought and ripped them up by the roots, tossing them out into the air to be carried away by the salty breeze.
そうね。
I didn't need any of that shit. Right now, this is all I wanted. Everything else could fuck off.
ここには今俺たちしかいねえよ。
Because here, in this moment,
ここが俺たちの楽園だ。
they said it! The game! The game named Paradise!
まったくだ。
All I need is you. Yeah! That was a jump scare! No, he said it! He said the thing! Oh my... That was it! That was the game! What are we, some kind of paradise? What do you guys think of Matsuda's route? Tell me right now. What do you guys think of Matsuda's route? Oh my god. That was a clusterfuck. It was a paradise no one had ever seen. Like... Yeah, a lot of things happened, but it was a lot of fun, I think. Was it a lot of fun? That was it! That was Matsuda's good ending. If I'm not mistaken, that was it. And you know what that means? We're gonna be... I mean, let's not talk about that just yet. Yes, it was... There's a lot of things happening in this route. Like the Kara screaming at Hongo Shimada got me excited for his route. What do you mean? Oh my god. A lot of crazy things happened in today's route that it's definitely much more crazier than Mitsugi. Because with Mitsugi, it's only us. It really is us. Like, we saw other killings as well. It was more mysterious and more like a detective scene, right? Like we're detecting what crimes this is and solving the mysteries. But then it didn't give us any answers at the end. In here, a lot of crazy things happening with Matsuda and Azuma hating each other, getting annoyed with each other, not really being romantic at all. And then now the whole craziness happens when Matsuda snapped and the others finally snapped. Oh my god. I think there's a pattern. There is definitely a pattern here. Remember what Matsuda said about neighbors. Like, do you really think your neighbor is not a psycho? I feel like everyone here is a jerk. I feel like everyone here is really like not even a jerk, but they are hiding something from them. They're not nice. They're not mean. They're not particularly mean or evil. They're just a bunch of jerks. Okay? We're almost drowned in Mitsuki's root, and then we get choked in Matsuda's root. What's next? The carrot's gonna eat us? Literally? And die? I don't know. But speaking of the Kairo's route, well, that is going to be the last character that we're gonna be doing. Because now that we finished Matsuda and Mitsugi's route, well, we can now unlock the Kairo's route. I think so. I think. Let's check. Do you wanna check, everyone? Can we check? Can we check? Let's check. Give me the first choice. Actually, no, I can't actually see that. Never mind. You know what? Let's go check it in the game later. I mean, next week. We did this for him. We did all of this for him after all. Yeah. I mean, why don't we check it next week? Okay? Thank you, Glitch Devo, for following us. We just need 15 more followers until we reach 1,600 followers. Now I'm wondering if we could even reach 1,600. 1,600 before July. You wanna do an Ube? Do you guys wanna do like an Ube corner after this, exclusive to Twitch? I don't know, but yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed today's Paradise stream, and we'll definitely continue this next week. Don't forget that. Okay, we'll continue this next week, and tomorrow, join us because tomorrow is going to be Saihate Station, the last of the gays. The last day of OKBL will be Saihate Station ending Z, and if you guys haven't watched Saihate Station yet, I recommend you guys to watch it because you guys I mean, I can still explain it tomorrow, okay? But as I said earlier, it's just basically two guys that are stuck in a train, and it reminds of Omori, to be honest. Okay, there's like trauma in between, there's lores, there's like the other guy going crazy. But don't worry, because in ending Z, we have to complete all the endings in order to unlock it. So we might do this early, or we might do this until very late, around July 1. We'll see. And if you guys want to keep getting, keep getting updated in the schedule or the time, you guys can also join us on Discord. Hey Ube, what is heavy and rolls down to get picked up by a person? What, a boulder? No, that's not gonna work on me. No. Dad! Why? Tomorrow, I'm telling you, the last gay thing that we're gonna be playing is Saihate Station ending Z, okay? This is perfect. This is really perfect that we're gonna be finishing the other two routes for Paradise. Now, we're living in Paradise in OK Summer. Okay, so join us in OK Summer because we're still gonna be continuing Paradise starting next week on Takara's route. I'm excited to see what Takara's route is all about. Is it gonna be a crazy one? Or honestly, will it be an innocent one? We'll see. Okay. Anyways, I just want to say thank you to everyone that has joined us today. Don't worry, don't leave just yet though, because we're gonna be chatting until the we're gonna be doing a late just chatting or a late Ube corner after the stream on our Twitch, but we're gonna be ending on YouTube. And I want to say thank you so far to people that have followed us today. Thank you so much, Kiyoshi Kudo 688 for following us. Thank you, Lizunello, for following us. Thank you, Oliver Teos, for subscribing to us. Thank you, Bone and Ash 2280 for following us. Thank you, Eden Solis, for following us. Thank you, Teflonelli, for following us. And thank you, Mochi XX0607 for following us. And thank you, Glitch Devo, for following us. Anyways, don't leave just yet. We're gonna be be just chatting and talking about random stuff in our late Ubi corner. Who knows, we might actually reach the goal. So anyways, we'll see you guys tomorrow again on YouTube for the next stream. Anyways, stay tuned in our YouTube, in our Twitch for the just chatting segment on Ubi corner. Anyways, that's it for now, guys. I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Bye bye, everyone. Good night.